Oh, yeah, I did. I was already.
Hello, Alaskans. Thank you for all joining us here today. We are here at the Matsu Borough Assembly meeting in Palmer, Alaska, getting ready for them to start. And we'll get to listen to about the gun ordinance that they are looking to pass. This is something that has been in the process now for well over a year. It is highly disputed by all the residents that live here. They do not want this to happen, but the Borough Assembly has been pushing it through slowly but steadily through the process, whether they like it, we like it, or not. If you are in the Matsu area, if you're in the Palmer area, come on down, come and join us here today. We got a pretty good sized crowd that has arrived here at the moment. Don't forget to like and share. Help us grow, help us to be able to make more of these events. Go to my website, Politadick.com, donate, click that donate button. Anything helps, $5, $10, $100, every penny goes right back into making sure that we can be here where we need to be and upgrading our equipment so that we can keep giving better quality to you. Again, don't forget to like and share. The meeting should begin here shortly.
Is there anybody on the line? Was that you, Assemblymember Hale? Thank you.
Don't forget to like and share.
Thank you, Assemblymember Young.
I'll call this meeting to order. It's 6 p.m. This is our regular scheduled meeting for Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Before we get started, I want to welcome Clayton 2, our new Assembly member from District 5, and Robert Knopf, who's on the telephone tonight. Our new Assembly members, their first regular Assembly meeting. So welcome, Assembly members. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers. Here. I am expecting George McKee. Robert Young.
Here.
Clayton 2. Jesse Sumner.
Here.
Tam Bovee. Here. Mr. Mayor, you do have quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
And for the record, George McKee at 6:01.
Senator McKee is late. Okay, just kidding. Okay, let's go to agenda item 3. Approval of agenda. If anything members here would like to pull from the consent agenda. Okay, seeing none, nothing from the consent agenda. Any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. I'm going to ask Bert Powell to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, there are no minutes up for approval. City reports. Anyone here from Palmer, Wasilla, or Houston? Seeing none, how about school district? We do have a joint assembly school board meeting that I think it's 8, so nothing there. State of Alaska, Mr. Snowden here. Nothing from the state. How about the Matsu Convention Visitors Bureau? Bonnie Quill. Always smiling.
That was quick. Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, I'm here tonight to give you an update on the Matsu Convention and Visitors Bureau and comments on 2 public hearings on the agenda tonight. On November 12th, we held our annual membership meeting online and presented new marketing research we conducted with destination analysts. Our FY20 annual report was distributed outlining our marketing programs and financial reports through June 30th. It's available on our website, and I delivered a hard copy to each of you. We also shared the results of our largest ever summer Show Up for the Valley in-state campaign that ran July 1st through the end of August. It was highlighting the Valley as a place for Alaskans to recreate and a way to support local businesses, encourage visitors to show up responsibly, and adhere to safety protocols. We created and distributed a visitor pledge for local businesses to display. The campaign included a combination of print, digital advertising, streaming television commercials, paid social media, radio, and social media influencers. We also produced 8 videos in-house to complement the campaign. A big component was driving traffic to a microsite listing more than 30 Alaska resident special offers. Our overwhelming feedback was that resident Alaskans helped save a challenging summer season minus out-of-state visitors. We announced new marketing efforts for planning for FY21 and introduced a 45-minute presentation on new research. It's data gauging what the Matsu Valley 2021 summer visitor season may potentially look like next year, and it identified high-profile Valley travelers to Alaska and the Matsu Valley. This information is extremely valuable in targeting those potential travelers who find Alaska and the Matsu Valley appealing and the messaging that resonates with them in the planning stage. The video recording and research presentation deck of the entire meeting is available on our website, along with 16 webinars we posted since April, and many other resources we have posted to guide our visitor industry businesses through this unprecedented time. Assemblymember Nowers listened in on our annual meeting and left a comment in the chat thanking us for a great presentation. Thank you. In September alone, we hosted a weekly recovery series of webinars to support our members and give them tools and encouragement as we transitioned into the winter season. At the last Assembly meeting, Finance Director Heindel stated in our CARES Act grant distribution report, tourism and hospitality businesses were disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and they had received the most amount of grants in the program. This has been very helpful in allowing them to hang on until next spring, but many are struggling. We have made it our #1 priority, each and every day, to phone members and check in since last March. And we have documented all of the over 1,000 phone calls and their stories. We are working harder and more passionately than we ever have, because we believe, as your partner, we can make a big difference in speeding the recovery and the economic benefits of being prepared to influence visitors to our destination when travel resumes. Our marketing efforts right now consist of daily content updates on our website, multiple social media posts, and weekly blogs. This has increased our organic traffic over 21% year over year, and it's well above industry averages right now, which are tracking down 18%. We are using best practices from weekly webinars we participate in with U.S. Travel, Destinations International, and Destination Marketing Association of the West. We have also scheduled print advertising in national publications through a co-op opportunity with the Alaska Travel Industry Association in Travel and Leisure, AARP, Outside, and Alaska Magazine for this spring. We are in the process of completing proofing our 2021 Natsu Valley Visitor Guide that will go to print later this month and be delivered in January, ready for distribution during the prime visitor planning cycle. We edited the copy to focus on the wide open spaces and recreational opportunities of a less crowded destination and back to nature experience. Our biggest unknown right now is the cruise sector. Alaska is a most popular cruise destination with a high profit yield, and cruise lines are working tirelessly on strategies and protocols to resume an Alaska 2021 cruise season. I have been appointed to a South Central Return to Cruise Task Force that will begin meeting and working with our cruise partners on ways to incorporate protocols cruise lines will be implementing on our land products. We've scheduled a webinar update presentation from Cruise Lines International Association of Alaska for December 17th that will highlight the most up-to-date recent developments. Finally, tonight, there are 2 ordinances on the agenda I'd like to comment on. Ordinance 20-104 addresses the reappropriation of the 20% match to a CARES Act EDA grant application. The Borough and the Natsu CDB cooperatively worked on for construction funds to complete the Matsu Gateway Visitor Center project, and it was submitted on October 20th. This is a formality to the item number 20-21 presented by the administration on September 30th at a special assembly meeting. It identifies the previous commitment to dedicate $1.165 million from the sale of the old visitor center and remaining $282,000 from a state Gateway Visitor Center capital grant from 2015, and also right-of-way proceeds from the current property as the grant application match. I'll add that no resident property tax money has been spent on this project, and the match identified here will only be spent if the grant of $6.7 million is awarded. I'm anxiously awaiting feedback from the EDA Review Committee on our extensive application that we worked on all summer. This grant and completion of the Gateway Visitor Center infrastructure would bring a great boost of confidence and enthusiasm to our struggling visitor industry businesses. A signal of encouragement and welcome back visitors to our world-class destination. Natsu CDB also supports ordinance number 20-110 and is actively working with borough staff on drafting a bid for the 2024 Arctic Winter Games. In the past 10 years, we are on record supporting several infrastructure projects, including the Government Peak Chalet, Trails projects, and the ski top development, and that they would add to the mix needed to bring the Arctic Winter Games to the Matsu. On November 17th, I distributed a letter to the Assembly and staff of our full support and offered our leadership in hosting the 2024 Games. I respectfully ask for your support on both of these ordinances tonight.
Any questions? How many total visitors do you think Alaska will see next summer?
That's a good question, Mayor Halter. Really, the cruise sector is our biggest question right now.
So, without the cruise sector, how about flying?
Yeah, we will definitely see a much larger number than we did this summer.
That'd be good. Okay, thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the spot there. Okay. Let's see, any Joint Assembly School Board? I don't think you have a committee report there. Any other public relations reports? Any Assembly members or staff have? We have Mr. Hayes up, and I did ask Mr. Hayes today to provide a fairly comprehensive update on the Houston Middle School. We have 2 new Assembly members, and so it's going to be thorough. We're going to have Cheyenne Handel, we got Russ Kraft here. Who else is working on the project? Mr. Walden. So they're all here. They can answer questions. So Mr. Hayes, why don't you lead out?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we do that, I wanted Director Barclay to come forward and introduce a special guest that is one of those folks who takes care of us daily. So, Ann, come on, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, staff.
Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. It gives me a great pleasure to announce that we have a new Palmer Fire Chief. Chad Cameron comes to us from Juneau. We didn't know each other prior, but we do have similar acquaintances, and so far I've heard pretty good stuff, so I think we're in good hands. So I'll let him give you a quick bio. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Chad Cameron. I've been in the fire service and U.S. service for 29 years. The last 25 years has been with Capital City Fire Rescue in Juneau, Alaska. I started out my beginning as a volunteer in Wattland in North Idaho. Moved up to Alaska, attended University of Alaska Southeast, and I found a home in Alaska, and I've never had a desire to go back. I started out, as I said, a volunteer in the structure. I believe it gave me a great understanding of the volunteer system, and then I worked my way into a career. I am a paramedic. I've maintained my paramedic license, and worked my way up through the ranks in Juneau. I became a captain and then an assistant chief. Where I've been the assistant chief. I was the volunteer chief there for the last 5 years. So I'm very happy to be in Palmer. My family's happy to be in Palmer, and it just feels like home already. So thank you for having us.
Well, welcome. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief and Ken. Next up, as the mayor mentioned, I want to do an update on where we are with the Houston Middle School, both for the audience and some of our new assembly, and some of our old assembly who it's hard to keep track of this one. There's so many things going on with it. So if Director Heindel and Jeff Bolden would come forward, they're going to be our main briefers, and then they have some side briefers there as well. Director Heindel will talk about the financial side, and then we'll get into the actual plans and construction and demolition and all that.
First of all, I want to thank you folks for doing this on such short notice from this morning to this evening, so thank you both of you. Mr. Natsu.
Okay, through the mayor to the assembly, my part's really quite easy. At this point, we have funding that we have received, whether it's from insurance or it's leftover money from the pieces that were moved into the earthquake project of $23.3 million. Now that is after some of the design has already been backed out of it, and it is after the demolition costs have been backed out. So this is what's remaining. We are still working with insurance on a final number for our second layer of insurance on this project, and then we will, as you know, we will be working with FEMA to try to finalize this project with FEMA. But right now, what we have in hand is $23.3 million. There's any questions?
Any questions? Mr. Sumner.
Is that inclusive or exclusive of the design change order on the agenda?
Right now, it includes that. So if that design item does not pass tonight, then there would be an additional $558,000 available.
So the memo you gave me yesterday, you had $27.4 million total. Then you had $4.1 million of cost or money.
Right, that $4.1 million is in that $27 million that we talked about.
And Mr. Sumner's question, that $4.1 million would include that $558,000.
Currently it does,
And then
yes.
your balance is 23.3.
Yes.
And the total cost of the building?
I'm going to let somebody else that's more knowledgeable on that speak to that question.
Ms. Nauer.
I just wondered if you were throwing out 27 million, I got confused. What's the 27 million figure?
The mayor too, Assemblymember Nowers. The 27 million figure is the 23 that we currently have in cash, plus what has already been spent or obligated currently in design and demolition. It does include, when I was doing the estimate, I did put in the $558,000 for the additional design that you're taking up tonight.
Thank you.
So that was like the 15 million original insurance policy plus 5 million from the schools plus certain other monies added up to 27, minus the money spent, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Any further questions from the panel? You can stand by your seat.
I'll turn it over to Jeff Walden.
Yeah, thank you.
And for those of you who don't know him, Jeff Walden is the manager for the Project Management Division over in the Capital Projects Department. Jeff?
Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, Mr. Hayes. Tonight I'm going to give an overview on the Houston Middle School demolition, design, and the construction timeline. However, before I do that, I'd like to ask our structural engineer from BDC, Amy Mestis, to address site suitability. She's well versed in this topic and does a good job of articulating it in a manner that makes sense. So Amy's available telephonically. So hopefully, Amy, if you're there, if you can call in now.
Did you think she was calling into the meeting here tonight?
Yeah, she had the number on the agenda.
Okay, Amy, if you're on the phone and you want to speak, please push *3 so we know that it's you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Amy. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, my name is Amy Mestis, and I'm the structural engineer of record for this project. So just wanted to kind of go a quick rundown of where things started and where we're at now. So when we first started in on this project, an assessment had been done by another firm right after the earthquake. So what we did is we looked at all of the documentation that they had put together, which included a geotechnical report. And we also went out on site and did a thorough inspection beyond what had been done before. So while we did that, the geotechnical report indicated that the soils were actually very good for suitability for large earthquakes. That was consistent with what we found on the site. There were no evidences of ground failures, no fissures, no settlements to be observed. The foundation looked in good condition. So what we did see was a lot of damage to the building. However, that damage was due to the type of construction at the time of construction in '84. So they used practices such as stack on CMU and wood diaphragms with no out-plane bracing, lack of stiffness in the diaphragms at the roof level. Just things we would not use now would not be acceptable by code. And those are the main reasons leading up to the failures. We didn't see any evidence that it was a problem with the site or the soil. So recently, some additional test pits were done to look and see if the soil was indeed what was expected to be seen based on the geotech report. And those findings are consistent with what we expected to see. So we do not have any concerns over the suitability of the site to put the high school back on. Any questions based on that? There's a lot of info in a short time.
Mr. McKee has a question. You stated that, I think I'm having a little difficulty hearing you, but you stated that in fact the foundation, there was no damage to the foundation, is that correct?
That's correct. We dug out an area of the foundation and took a look, and there was no evidence of damage at the foundation level. Okay. And no evidence of settlement either to show that there was a leak ground problem.
Now, so if there is no damage to the foundation, why is there any demolition going to go on that would affect that?
Why would there? Oh, well, there are a lot of issues with trying to renovate the building and its connections to the foundation. There are many areas where they are in the foundation, and a lot of instances where, because of how the building was built, there are cases where the foundation wasn't being loaded properly because you were seeing failures in the connections in the roof. If the building was suitably tied together, you might have seen some damage where the anchor bolts tie into the foundation, for example. But when we renovate and put in new shear walls and those types of things, the foundation that is there will not meet codes that we would have to upgrade the building to.
One more question. Going back in my background a long time ago, I have studied actually the effect of earthquakes on land. And about 50% of the time, when there is direct damage to a significant damage to a structure, there was a change in soil composition below the building. Have you done any soil samples to show that in fact there is no damage down there? Alternatively, okay, if there has been no soil samples, then I would assume that the contractor would not object to giving a 7-year warranty to the borough for any and all damage that might occur to in a future earthquake.
Let's do the soil sample question first.
So what was done in 1984 when the building was designed, they did a geotechnical report that included soil borings, which would tell you the types of soil that you have. The soil underneath this building is not liquefaction susceptible, so it's not expected to liquefy and have any issues based on a seismic event, unlike the majority of, say, downtown Anchorage. We definitely looked at hundreds of sites across Anchorage and the valley that had damage and changes to the soil based on it liquefying in the earthquake. But we didn't see any evidence at this site. And based on that geotechnical report, we wouldn't expect to. The test holes that were just done were done down to a shaft depth in the 20s of feet, 22 feet, I want to say. So not full boring depth, but they were consistent with what was done in 1984. And based on the soils you have, we wouldn't expect to see any soil changes.
But in fact, you cannot assure us that has not happened. Is that correct?
We cannot 100% guarantee it. However, getting some borings directly underneath the building would not 100% guarantee it either. I think you got to look at the whole picture of the site. You know, you've got a high school nearby that also performed very well in the high school. And then in the big picture, we don't expect that to be a big problem. And that's the case for any building that you're designing in an earthquake region, that it can't be 100% guaranteed.
Mayor?
Mr. Mayor? One more.
Look, then if you can't guarantee that there is no soil sample, but you're assuring us that we can put a $30 million structure there without any future damage, then a contractor shouldn't have any trouble giving us a 7-year full warranty against any earthquake damage. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Jeff, I'm going to have to let you speak to this one because I'm not sure what a contractor would or wouldn't be willing to do a warranty to when it comes to earthquakes.
Sure. This is Jeff Walden. So I could put in the contract documents to require a 7-year warranty, and a contractor would more than likely honor that. However, that cost would be in their bid and it would be significant.
We got $30 million.
Okay,
This is Robert Young. Can I add something to that?
yeah, go ahead, please.
I've never done a $20 million single project, but I've had years where I did over $20 million in development. And I will say this is something that's easy to ask of the contractor. It would not create an unlevel playing field, but the price would be substantial, as all they would do was they would add that to their insurance. Does that make sense? So they would get an insurance premium to cover that 7 years and just add it to the bid. So I'm not saying it would be a bad idea or a good idea, but it would be substantially expensive based on, they would have to have an insurance premium behind it. No contractor would put their own money on that. They would pay an insurance company to get involved, if that makes sense. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Hale?
Yeah, just just to clarify, so what you're saying is that you've done test pits down 22 feet and you found basically non-frost susceptible materials like low-grade gravel or sandy gravel something of that nature, something that's not susceptible to liquefaction or frost heaving or whatever. You found the materials down there depth of 22 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it now. It's 15 feet, and that was the recent test fit. However, the geotechnical borings done at the time of the original construction were much deeper than that. I don't have them in front of me, but that's correct. It was not frost susceptible and not predisposed to liquefaction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for? Okay, Mr. Wall, do you have anything more?
Thank you, Amy. So also, I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
You just said thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for calling in and informing us tonight.
So now I'd like to give a short explanation where we are with demolition, the design process, and construction, and then I'll take any questions. So a demolition contract was approved by the Assembly at the last meeting. Contract and notice to proceed was executed today. Salvageable materials will be removed tomorrow through Friday, and actual demolition will start the following week. Contract completion time is 60 days from today. I've worked with this contractor before, and I don't see that as being a problem. The building will be completely removed to include the foundation upon completion, so this will be a clean, flat site. We are saving parking lots, sidewalks, flagpoles, anything we can reuse. The septic is overdue its useful life. However, we're hopeful DEC will approve us using the leach field. That remains to be seen. As far as the design process goes, the Assembly approved its design contract in January 2020, and that contract was to replace the academic wing and repair the administrative and gymnasium wings. At this point, the design moved forward to a point where the design team continued to find more and more issues, and that repairing the building would cost more than building new and could only meet 62% of the current building code. And at this time, we hired a professional cost estimator to provide a cost estimate. It's approximately $35 million, and we knew that number is continuing going up because we're continuing to find issues in the building. And I'd like to tag on to what Amy said earlier. The 99% of the issues in the building is a combination of CMU, the concrete masonry unit, and the stacked bond configuration versus the staggered bond, where you lose 50% of your structural integrity. And then they combine that CMU product with a steel superstructure with a wood frame diaphragm roof. Those three materials move independently. And adding to that, there were some connections with the top of those walls that weren't done correctly, so they all busted loose during the earthquake. Now, we could verify the ones we could see, and whenever we did some destructive testing, we'd find more connections were not connected, making for a high change order environment down the road. So as a result, the condemnation was approved by the Assembly September 2020, and the IM that went with that was IM 2174, which is a 3-page description of how we got to that point. Right now, the academic wing design is complete. The administrative wing is roughly 50% complete, and the gymnasium wing is pending approval of the design contract amendment. Pending tonight's outcome, our goal is to have a complete design by February 2021. That'll be late February 2021. As far as construction goes, if we stay on the current schedule and pending insurance and FEMA settlements, we will advertise for construction late February, March 2021. Construction contract would be presented to the Assembly April, May 21 timeframe, with construction starting immediately. And construction is expected to take 12 to 14 months, allowing the school to open August 2022. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Mr. Sumner?
we looking at now for total project cost? Or do we have a ballpark on that? I guess the design isn't complete, so.
Well, through the mayor, our last cost estimate was to replace the academic wing and repair the gymnasium and the administrative wings. With that, with a cost estimate of 34, or almost 35, a little over 35 million. And with that said, we're pretty confident that our next cost estimate, if tonight's change order gets approved, will be based on new. We're confident that number will go down. And that's based on what we've been paying for the last 12 projects. We've been averaging $350 to $375 in the top end per square foot for schools. And with the existing infrastructure, parking lot, there are sidewalks, flagpoles, we're salvaging lockers, we're pretty confident it's going to be under that. But I can't say that for sure until we get a cost estimate. We're estimating a 50% cost estimate mid to late January. So I'll have a good idea then.
Does that answer your questions, Mr. Sumner?
Yeah.
Mr. McKee?
So, as I understand it, this $33 million really is looking at what we did in the past when we thought we weren't going to have to pay for schools, and we put everything in the world in them. We looked at that scenario, and that's how we came up with $33 million here. Is that so? I asked the acting borough manager that, and he said yes. Okay? So now I've got you in front of me. Is that how you came up with $33 million?
So through the mayor, the current cost estimate, which says a little over $35 million, which came from a professional cost estimator, and that includes new square footage for the academic wing, so we know what the cost is per square foot for new. And the repairs estimates, like I said, in the other two wings, were going up and up, where they far exceeded building new.
Okay. So how did this estimator come up with a figure when you don't have a design? Look, I may have fallen off the back of the turnpike and went through Palmer, but I do know a little bit about construction, okay?
Mr. McKee.
Wait,
Hang on a second, I'll let you have the mic again. Mr. Walden has just said that sometime in later January, when all the design is, he'll have a more accurate final number.
I understand, Mayor.
Why don't we give him a little deference?
No, my point exactly. As of right now, we don't have a clue what it's going to cost to build that school.
Through the mayor, the 35.2 cost estimate, that cost estimate, like I said, came from a professional cost estimator who based his cost estimate off of 65% drawings and specifications. So that was basically 65% design.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Walden? Thank you, sir. Sure. Really appreciate it. Mr. Yount or Mr. Hale, I guess I didn't. Did you guys have any questions for Mr. Walden?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, he has questions.
Okay, Mr. Sumner.
Real quick, was that mid-January or mid-July? So I wrote down July.
Mr. Walden, when was that new total cost estimate coming in? Sorry.
Well, through the mayor, we're expecting a cost estimate based on 50% design in the middle of January, which doesn't leave a whole lot of time to get to 100% before February, but that'll give us a good idea for our track.
Everybody got it? Kind of a process, isn't it? Mr. Hayes, anything further? You had some kind of good news on funding today, didn't you? Additional funding?
No, sir. No, Mr. Mayor, we're not ready to release that yet until we get some more definition on that funding. But for now, that's all I have, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing us up to speed on Houston Middle School. You know, today I was listening to, yesterday, of course, was a 2-year anniversary of the earthquake. today I was listening last night, and there's 2 schools in Eagle River that aren't open yet either. And the damage was caused by the earthquake. So it is kind of frustrating, I know, for our students up in Houston, in that area, that the school is not up and ready to go yet, but it takes a lot of time. And to do this right, and to have this building ready for 30 to 40 years in the future, I think we need to take our time right now in engineering and design, and of course, the funding is always one of the fundamental things. So, Mr. Sprockles, you would be up for a report, right?
I don't have anything to add to that tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Nothing in the legal.
Nothing worth mentioning publicly.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, there is no first report in the red folders. I just want to let you know, though, we will have the assembly scheduled for 2021 on the agenda for December 21st.
Okay. Let's take a look at the citizens and other correspondence. Are there any questions? Any comments? Hearing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk, let's read the items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 2211, informing the Assembly of the intent of administration to update the Land Management Division Policy and Procedures Manual to allow private property owners to clear trees on adjacent borough land to reduce fire danger and remove hazard trees. Item 20-235, informing the Assembly of the intent of administration to hire a seasonal crew of sawyers to cut down hazardous trees on borough-owned land. Item 20-238, informing the Assembly of utility reimbursable services agreement with the Alaska Railroad Corporation for the Abbey Boulevard Railroad Crossing major repair and upgrade project to present to the borough manager for signature.
I like that word, seasonal crew of sawyers. A little different, isn't it? Okay, any comments on the items?
Yes.
Mr. McKee, go ahead.
I had discussed this with the acting borough manager. The fact that we have Parks and Recreation employees who hopefully know enough to be able to operate a chainsaw, okay, can go in and actually take down trees that in fact are not going to be put up for the citizens to use as firewood. I will object strenuously to using one nickel for a contract to hire somebody to come in and cut trees when we have people that don't do a hell of a lot in the wintertime. And I know, I was told, well, don't worry, the Parks and Rec people plow snow. There isn't any snow out there. Okay, so I really am unhappy about that proposal. I think it is ridiculous.
Okay. Are there any other comments on the items? Hearing none, the items are presented. There are no persons to be heard. Get the next page, I think we'll get public hearings. Madam Clerk, let's start with, thank you, gentlemen, for coming forward. Let's start with 2194 and resolution 2101.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 20-094, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $100,000 for the Matsu Health Foundation to fund 480, project number 20396, community transit for the borough's centralized mobility management software project, and accompanying resolution 20-101, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the borough manager to enter into a grant agreement for the borough's centralized mobility management software project.
Staff report. Mr. Two?
I'd ask to be moved from this.
Okay, they sent me a note, so Mr. Two was going to excuse himself from this public hearing, so he could step up and open it up rather. Okay, staff report.
Hello, Mayor Halter and members of the Assembly. My name is Kim Solian. I'm the Family Services Manager with the Borough. And tonight before you is legislation asking you to accept and appropriate $100,000 of grant funding from the Matsu Health Foundation to be served as to be used as match funding. 3 weeks ago, I was here talking about the Health and Human Services transportation plan that we did in partnership with the Matsu Health Foundation. And one of the #1 factors that were identified in that plan of people being able to access services and health care was challenges with our public transit system. So we have been working over the past 3 years with transit providers across the valley, Valley Transit, Chiplin Transit, Sunshine Transit, and Matsu Senior Services to create a coordinated dispatch service so that when someone, like how the bus system works here in the valley is a call and response. So if you need a ride, you call the bus service and then make an appointment and they come get you. Now people who are, wherever you live in the valley, you have to call a different provider and try to figure out who would be the best one to help you get to your appointment. So this funding, we applied for a grant to Federal Transit Authority to support this one call, one click system. They awarded the grant. I think it was 2 assembly meetings ago. We had a resolution before you authorizing us to accept those funds, or at least to go into a grant agreement with them. Part of that grant agreement is to commit match funding. So the Health Foundation offered us the match funding to accept that Transit Authority grant so that we can buy the software and operate this pilot program where that all the calls for bus service in the valley will go through Valley Transit and be dispatched to the appropriate transit provider. So the legislation before you tonight is to accept the match funding for Matsu Health Foundation and put it in the appropriate account to support the Federal Transit Authority grant. We're hoping to, if you support this tonight, we're hoping to start that pilot program in January.
Okay, thank you. And the exact conflict for number 2 is his daughter might possibly benefit from this legislation, so that's a good conflict. Okay, I will open the public hearing at this time. Do we have a sign-up list? The clerk shaking her head in the back room, no sign-up list. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to these 2 pieces of legislation?
Is anybody online?
Anybody on the line telephonically?
Press star 3.
No, he's shaking his head, so nobody on the telephone, nobody in the audience, so I'll close the public hearing at this time. And someone vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-94 and resolution serial number 20-101.
Any discussion? Any comments from some members? Any objection to passing ordinance 2094 and resolution 20-101? Mr. Yount, Mr. Hale, any objection?
No, sir.
Okay.
No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Seeing no objection, that legislation passes. Madam Clerk, ordinance 2195 and resolution 2102.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance accepting and appropriating additional disaster relief funds for the 2018 Cook Inlet Earthquake Borough-wide Emergency Protective Measures and accompanying resolution 20-102, a resolution approving the amended budget for additional disaster relief funds from the 2018 Cook Inlet Earthquake Disaster Borough-wide Emergency Protective Measures.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Staff report.
This ordinance is to accept and appropriate $390 that was found in additional expenditures for emergency protective measures. Previously, we had received a PW from, a project worksheet, I should say, from the FEMA for $238,787. So this just finalizes this PW with the total amount of the cost.
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Any clerk can shake your head, no sign-ups on this. Any telephonic testimony? Doesn't appear to be any telephonic testimony. Anybody in the audience? Seeing no one? I will close the public hearing at this time. Moment voting.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-095, resolution serial number 20-102.
Any discussion? Any objection to passing this legislation? Mr. Yount, Mr. Hale, any objection?
No, Mr. Yount.
Okay, hearing no
No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Hearing no objection, seeing no objection, that legislation passes. Madam Clerk, ordinance 2196, resolution 2104.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance accepting and appropriating fiscal year 2021 Community Assistance Program funds and the amount of $299,991 to Fund 475 Project 47033, and accompanying resolution 20-104, a resolution approving the scope and work and budget for the fiscal year 2021 Community Assistance Program, project number 47033.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Staff report. Ms. Handel, you're busy tonight, aren't you?
Yes, I am. To the mayor, to the assembly. Previously, you approved the list of 19 community councils. We have since received the $299,000 to award each of those that applied $15,789 for fiscal year 21. Is there any questions?
This is money passing to the state of Alaska, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Handel? Seeing none, thank you. I will open the public hearing at this time. Clerk shaking their head in the back room, no sign-ups. Any telephonics? No telephonics? Mr. Haberman. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is an appropriate decision made by the governing bodies in the light of public interest. This is pass-through money, as the mayor just stated, from the state to the individual community councils, and to be handled in certain ways. But it should be put on the record. And my concerns too. I've attended community council meetings for some years now in the valley, and the community councils vary in how they handle their meetings respectively. Some, like South Connect, I give a praise to how they connect with the people. And I'm a fan of community councils. Way back many years ago in the 70s in Anchorage was the key thing to citizen participation, being involved in the community, to be able to come to you, the Borough Assembly, and address issues. But this awarding the funds, has to be put on the record. There's an inconsistency of these community councils and how they connect with the people and how they run those community councils. And most recently is like you need to check your bylaws, and some of them have this line in there, and North Lakes Community Council and the bylaws that stated that if you're not a member of that community council, you have no right to speak unless you're being recognized. And I remind you, they have to comply with the state law, providing a reasonable opportunity to be heard. That's key, just like here, a reasonable opportunity to be heard. Now, this item here before you, the approval, you're deciding to transfer these monies to community councils. And it would help them. But it should be on the record again, is some of these community councils are not complying with state law, providing a reasonable opportunity to be heard. And how do you expect when these community councils come to you on these different issues from time to time to really see a situation where they have connected with the people before they come to you and say, this is what we feel. And I remind you also, if you go to those community council meetings, another one that stands, I give praise, the Middle Lakes Community Council, respectfully. They're really into the work and they're really connecting with people. We've got a great website and I give them great credit. And they identify also who's that when they go into voting on issues. You clearly identify who is a member to vote and who cannot vote. Many of those community councils don't do that, but Middle Lakes takes a lead in that. And that's very important too, because when it comes on the record for you all, how many people voted, if these community councils are not doing the job. So you're passing on this money in a situation where I've just identified some of the things of concern, and how can you really have the faith that they're going to comply with the laws that I just addressed? So what I'm saying to you is, in all due respect, I put it on the record, but I'm concerned about the future because they've shown some of them done a good job and others failed miserably. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, did you want to speak? Hi, I'm Bill Kennedy, President of Kinnick Urban Community Council, and we're really grateful when you pass this money through. I can tell you lately some of the things we've contributed to is my house, the Reddickton School, the wrestling mats. Now they're trying to come up with a cross-country ski team. We just donated some money there. Playgrounds, the old boat, if you ever saw it out there, not across from Kinnick Bar. We're restoring that. We put money, and one of mine is that we had, on Kinnick Lake, we have the Kinnick Kids Christmas every year. Santa comes across the lake on a dog team. I've been doing it 30 years, and we contribute to that every year. So we just want to thank you for the money and what you do. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'm very grateful you came forward and spoke about this, because there's I don't know how many community councils, 20, 22 community councils. Everyone's a little bit different. Everyone's spread out all over the huge Matsu Borough ours. But it's a great program that comes through the legislature. We just administer it and get the money to these people to do projects, just like Mr. Kennedy was talking about. Anybody else wish to speak about this subject? Not, I'm going to close the public hearing. No telephonics? Okay, I'll close the public hearings at this time. Madam Bowley.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-096 and resolution serial number 20-104.
Any discussion? Any questions? Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate my home community council, Tenina Community Council, for successfully going through the lengthy process to reorganize, and be reformed as a community council, and they are now on the list. So, thank you.
Good for them. Ms. Nowers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been on the Gateway Community Council, and I just wanted to say, as part of the process, this $15,000 about the host community councils, it sits with the borough until the councils say what they want to spend it on, and then they have to sign a contract with the borough, and that comes back to the assembly. So if you want to see how any of this money is being spent, that comes before the borough, and you can see there's not like $15,000 went out the door, and there's no accountability. And I can attest to what I've seen it spent on, and food banks and frontline mission. It goes to, it's a little hassle way for communities to get money where they want it to go. So I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. Did we have, we ready to vote? Any objection to passing this legislation? Any objection, Mr. Hale?
No, sir.
Okay.
No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Hearing no objection, seeing no objection, that legislation passes. Ordinance 2100, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance amending MSB 4.70.040A, meetings and organization, to change the frequency of scheduled wastewater and septic advisory board meetings from monthly to quarterly.
Okay, staff report. I guess I could give that staff report. I'm the one that requested this. They were doing monthly meetings. We were requesting that the court commission also go from monthly to quarterly meetings. Part of it is budgeting and the ability of staff to do so many meetings, and so this is part of that process. Any questions on your staff report? Okay, if not, well, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody in the audience want to speak about this?
You knew one of
Mr. Averman.
My name is Eugene Hageman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. Most obviously, in reading this very short item, is that there's no explanation as why do you want to change the calendar from going to monthly to quarterly. There's no explanation. But because I've attended numerous meetings, assembly meetings, and I remember the history, where initially, back a couple of years ago, you were looking at the economic costs that you need to handle. So to reduce the economic cost, we said, well, a good idea is to look at these boards, commissions, and cut the amount of time they have to meet. That's not said here, but that's what's happened. And the one thing I would strikingly say to you in all due respect, the one thing you want to do is create a more opportunity for an examination of what you're doing and what you're proposing. And as far as boards and commissions, they're key to connect the people. Unfortunately, they're not done well, but the fact is the important role they're supposed to make is connect with the people and hear from them and then respond to you. But as Give an example, Port Commission. I'm regularly at that meeting. One place for public comment is after they make a decision, and they're telling you before they even hear from the people. And then we have the meetings in places where, not in this room, which is COVID concerned to the public and how it can connect. And you have these meetings at times when most people are working, so they can't attend these meetings, and mostly they're only during the day, except for the planning commission, generally. So on this one, I don't think you should pass it, because you didn't have stated reason to why you need to do it. The commissions can always, what we call, reschedule, cancel, and so forth. There's no need for this scenario. But if you're going to make some changes in calendar, and I'll stress this meeting closing respectively, is this issue that's before the wastewater and septic advisory board. That's on the minds of people that, regularly. And you're dealing with financial planning and dealing with the borough on those issues, and you're asking a body like this to meet every few months. They can always meet monthly, and if they find there's nothing on the agenda, they can always cancel that meeting. That's the way to go, not this way, that they have this, like, okay, there's an emergency, we need to meet, and there's short notice. With all due respect, this is not the right thing to do. That's not connecting with the people. Thank you very much. Which 20 seconds spare?
Madam Clerk wants to say a few.
I just wanted to remind, if there's anybody on the telephone and you hear a public hearing that you'd like to speak to, or audience participation, please press *3 if you want to speak. Again, that's *3.
Anybody else in the audience wishes to speak? You want to speak on this issue?
I'm going to pretend that I'm Helen Munoz. And I'm going to say to you that for over 50 years, she tried to get a septic system in place. And I'm grateful to see that coming to fruition. But I truly believe that you need more community involvement in this building, and to cut down the board that is supposed to be serving to get the septic done right, just as you're going to start spending money, doesn't make sense. You really need to rethink this. I don't care if you table it. I don't care if you vote against it. But I do care that you're cutting down on community involvement again.
Okay, I think that's a valid response. I will tell you, these are my thoughts. I'm the one who requested it. You want to speak, Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Mike Coons, and I'm going to be speaking for the little short gal that used to come in here and just raise and keep you guys up for all the time. And when it comes down to this, I agree with what Jack was saying. She fought like cats and dogs for years and years and years and years. And she just started seeing this thing come to fruition. And so I'm just kind of worried about, it's like the gentleman was saying, do it monthly and you don't have anything to talk about, you go ahead and cancel. But if you just only do quarterly, who knows? So I'm gonna, I'm not really sure what the story is on her. I haven't seen her in a long time, but she's a firecracker, so I'm gonna stand for her in her place. Thank you.
I respect Ms. Munoz, and I respect both of you for saying what you did. I'll just comment a little bit because I'm the one who requested this. We had these commissions, 12 meetings a year, sometimes overtime pay, sometimes efficiency. Quite a bit of the time we weren't meeting quorums. I thought it would be more efficient to go to quarterly meetings, the same amount of notice, same amount of time, same agenda, and keep the public involved. That was what I'm thinking in this issue. And I think it would be far more efficient to do it that way, to keep the public involved. You could have said, well, I'm going to get rid of this board. I certainly wouldn't want to do that. Except the board commission, it's just more efficient meetings on a quarterly basis rather than monthly. Monthlies, these meetings come around an awful lot. You got staffers, you got them all, they're working on assembly, they're working on, I don't know how many boards and commissions we have, but we have a lot. 20, 25 that they're trying to run these meetings for. So it's purely efficiency that the mayor was thinking about. So, okay. Anybody else want to speak? Let Ms. Bovee move this. If not, we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-100.
Discussion. Mr. Sumner.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that moving from monthly to quarterly meetings is going to cut down on public interaction with the meeting. I mean, if they had daily meetings, literally nobody in the public would be able to follow the entirety of the conversation on the wastewater and septic advisory board schedule. So quarterly meetings where they have, a more substantive agenda and take up things that are likely to attract more of the public. And I actually think that would be the better way to go as far as public involvement. So this kind of seems like a no-brainer. We have a lot of these boards that meet probably too frequently and not a lot of public interaction with those meetings. So.
Anyone else in the assembly?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I agree with the speakers here tonight. And, since depending on the results of the 2020 census, we may be actually forced into taking a more proactive look at wastewater. And since we don't currently have a septic treatment facility in the borough, although we are looking at building one, I'm going to side with my constituent from my district, Helen Mills, and I'm going to oppose this. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Assembly out here, I know the point of this study here is leading towards possibly what Tim had mentioned there with the treatment facility in the valley, but I want to remind you, I don't think we're ever going to be able to do it near as efficiently as they do it in Anchorage. They treat to a much lower standard than we'd have to out here because they're able to inject back into the inlet. We're not going to be able to do that out here, from what I can tell, and I don't know that it's ever going to pencil out to handle our own here in the borough without us having to subsidize it substantially. So, just wanted to say I'm all for this pass, and I think quarterly is plenty often at this point.
Okay, anyone else? Is there objection to passing this? I think we heard Mr. Hale. Are you objecting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm objecting.
Madam Clerk, go ahead and conduct a vote on 2100. Monthly meetings to court.
Assemblymember Hale?
No.
Assemblymember Young?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale opposed.
Okay, ordinance 2101 and resolution 2106 now.
An ordinance reappropriating $25,000 from project number 25020-2402 and $40,542.05 from project number 25035-2407 to project number 25001 to Fund 420 to allow for the purchase of a waste container roll-off trailer pump and accompany resolution 20-106, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the purchase of a waste container roll-off trailer pump.
Okay, thank you. Staff report, Mr. Dolan.
Terry Dolan, Director of Public Works. The purpose of this is to allow the Solid Waste Division to purchase an additional waste container hauling trailer. They're proposing using funds the Assembly has already set aside. There's $25,000 for a roof extension that's no longer needed, and there's $51,000 remaining in a transfer site upgrade project that is no longer needed. And they're proposing to use those funds to buy this additional trailer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open the public hearing at this time. There's no sign-up sheet. Sheet. Sorry, you had to hear that. And Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this? Any telephonic testimony? Hearing none, will final go. Okay, we'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Wilkie.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-101 and resolution serial number 20-106.
Any further discussion? Any questions? Any objection to passing this legislation? Mr. Yant and Mr. Hale, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hearing no objection.
No, sir.
Seeing no objection here, legislation passes. Madam Clerk, ordinance 2102. Thank you, Mr. Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the Assembly amending MSB 24.15.080 euthanasia in order to bring Borough Code into alignment with state law.
Staff report.
This will be from our fairly new director, Ann Jorgensen, who has a long history of working in animal care. Ms. Jorgensen.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing this statement here. The reason this is being brought
Please make sure you
forward-
say your name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Ann Jorgensen. Thank you. The main focus of this, while we state we're coming into alliance with state code, the proposal for the change here is really driven by humane care and compassion. There are instances when our officers respond to animals that are grievously injured. In a specific instance that I have spoken about with one of our officers, there's times when animals in such condition to where transport would be inhumane and cause more injury to an animal. And so in this, we are proposing that if we are not able to get into contact with a veterinarian, which can happen as we operate 24/7, including holidays, including 2 a.m. out, at Marlin Park or, 2 on the Parks Highway, that we can provide humane care to our community and to their animals. And if we see an animal that is grievously injured, we can humanely euthanize them by recommended means to the Veterinary Association.
Any questions? Ms. Nowers?
Thanks, Johnson. I don't know if you've got numbers, but do you know how many animals are roughly euthanized a year and how many typically fall into these kind of cases where you kind of have an emergency situation?
Sure. So roughly right now, we are around a 10 to 15% euthanasia rate. So it depends on our intake, which we've seen a slope this year, actually a reduction during COVID. So I can't really predict what that might be for the fiscal year. This is not something that is going to be very frequent. If you read this portion of the code, it's speaking to injured animals. I spoke with an officer, and I have a chief. Chief Harcourt is here if you'd like to hear from him. In the cases in field, I was looking at like approximately 1 per month. In shelter, it would be approximately the same. However, it might not seem like a lot, but to that animal, it would mean the difference of arriving in one of our field officers' vehicles dead to a vet because we're trying to seek care versus having a humane euthanasia and putting the animal out of suffering and not forcing the animal to be transported. Also, in those times where we might not be able to get into contact with a veterinarian, those cases that clearly the animal is suffering and we cannot provide relief to that suffering. So I hope that answers your question. That I would estimate we're looking at a very small fraction of a percent of our cases.
What exactly does this change do? You say you're changing borough code into alignment with state law. So what is the current borough code?
The current borough code, I don't have it immediately in front of me, but it does state that an officer must communicate with a licensed veterinarian in order to go forward with euthanasia. This says if they're unable to contact the veterinarian, and while our staff vet is on call, there's those times where someone's doing something in 15 minutes can really make a large difference when an animal is eviscerated. So it would be allowing our officers and staff to take appropriate humane course to euthanize if we cannot get in contact with someone, as a veterinary professional.
If you can't get veterinary assistance?
Yeah, right now we are stuck in limbo. So what happens right now is if we cannot contact a veterinary professional, the animal has to be transported, and that could be an hour to 2 hour transport. So in some cases I have had animals show up at a veterinary clinic deceased because we couldn't get a veterinarian to counsel on a specific case.
Good. Thank you. Ms. Bodie?
Thank you. So just, sorry, clarify, you do not have a 24-hour veterinarian on call?
We do have our veterinarian on call, but there are times where, for whatever reasons, not everyone can answer the phone immediately, and in some of these cases, it's really minutes that are mattering with an animal that is actively dying. So and there's a case in point, so Officer Uppus specifically told me about a case he had recently, so pardon it's going to be somewhat graphic, but we had a cattle dog that was hit by a car. It was eviscerated, its intestines were frozen to the ground, and his option as an officer was to scrape the animal knowing that he was going to cause imminent death to this animal to try to transport it to veterinary services, where what I'd like to have in the future is the option for that officer to humanely euthanize that animal and not have to make that kind of, decision to cause more injury and suffering to seek treatment.
Any further questions? Yeah. Mr. McKee?
In our packet, we have a letter from the Board of Veterinarians Board, statewide. And you say the purpose of this, and by the way, I'm for it, but the purpose of this is to bring the borough code in line with state statutes. Specifically, what does the state statute say about the circumstances you're dealing with right now?
It actually gives permission to, let me take a look here. So our veterinary licensing board actually certifies euthanasia technicians, and 2 of our officers have training, and then myself included, as a certified euthanasia technician. So the state does allow people to use their best judgment when there is a grievously injured animal, and that's afforded, from my understanding, to veterinarians, certified euthanasia technicians, peace officers, and then veterinary staff under the direct supervision of a veterinarian.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So last year I saw a dog caught in a trap. It's a true story. Bad. So in that situation, are you arguing that dog should be put to sleep right there in that spot?
It was, I'm sorry.
If a dog caught in a trap, trap over, bad, just about took the leg off. So are you saying that dog should be euthanized right on the spot?
I don't believe that's the intent. A dog that could be moved and seek treatment and to advise and counsel with a veterinarian, we would always want to do that, and we would always try to contact the vet to see if there's anything we could do in the interim or transporting to reduce any pain or suffering. So if the animal hadn't been insanguinated, like it hadn't bled out, that's an animal we would seek care for. However, if it looked like the animal was struggling to live, and we do that. Once you're a trained euthanasia technician, you learn how to take vitals. If an animal was showing signs that it was an active death, that's the time where they would first attempt to contact a veterinarian. If they could not contact a veterinarian, that would then become their decision as a trained professional.
Anything further? Ms. Knowles?
Thank you. I also saw a letter from the Board of Veterinary Examiners and received a couple letters from vets in the valley that are close to this, so I guess I'm trying to sort it out a little bit. It seems like a valid concern that you've got an animal that's hurting and you want to, put them out of that suffering. But did I understand correctly? I thought when you were explaining state law, that state law has an exception currently if an animal is previously injured. Did I misunderstand that? But it kind of sounded like you already can deal with this situation the way state law is written.
The way our code is currently written, it's a little bit a catch-22, where it says you have to contact your veterinarian to take any action. So in those times where we haven't been able to contact a veterinarian, that animal has to be transported to one of our contractors. And actually, we don't have 24/7 service in the borough veterinary care. We have one provider that does have weekend service. So there is a gap of time. There's 8 hours every day of the week that we have only our in-house veterinarian on call, which typically works out in those rare times though where everything aligns and you can't get a hold of someone. That's when the problem occurs and where we might be missing that gap in humane care. So I certainly, if it were my animal who was laying frozen and eviscerated on the highway, I wouldn't want an officer to attempt to scrape them off of the highway to transport them to an emergency clinic. I would much rather them be humanely euthanized. So that's what the gap. So I think there might be a misunderstanding between the scope on this, and that is only speaking to injured animals that are physically injured.
So what is your estimate of the number of animals this would apply to in a year in the Natsu Borough?
I think that this would, in field, from my understanding, we would be looking at 1 animal a month approximately. And in shelter, it can vary, and it just really depends on kind of the alignment of the availability of our veterinary staff, contract veterinarians, and how many injured animals we're getting in, and that can fluctuate greatly, but it wouldn't be a large portion of that.
Ms. Norris, I got a note from the clerk that said you wanted to move to continue the public hearing.
I wasn't exactly sure when to make that motion, but given some of the letters, and I just wondered if staff could maybe reach out to the Board of Veterinary Examiners or the vets if you thought it was appropriate, and it sounds like it should.
We take the rest of the public hearing tonight. We'll finish up with the staff report, take public hearing tonight, and then after that, you could decide if you want to move to.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Great. Tough issue.
I would like to add, this is George Hayes, the acting borough manager, I would like to add just to the staff report on this one. Our intent certainly was not to give the officers or the certified vet techs a license just to do this whenever they want. It was only for those emergency situations, and it might only be 1 or 2 per year. I think some of the individuals in the letters we have received have received some information that may not be exactly correct or certainly not our intent. So I think this will give us a chance to perhaps answer some of these letters, let them know what the intent was, that this was only in emergency situations when the veterinarian could not be gotten a hold of. And so I think this would be helpful to us and to the public to be able to explain to them what the intent was and the very limited amount of these that we would be looking at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Closing on staff report, we will open the public hearing. Do we have a sign-up list? Okay, I guess I have one right in front of me. Charissa, welcome, come on forward.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Assembly. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Charisse. I'm a licensed and practicing veterinarian of 19 years. I'm also a major in the United States Army Reserve, and in addition, I own a private practice here in the Valley. I'm here to oppose this amendment regarding animal euthanasia. In all due respect, I can argue almost every point that Mr. Jorgensen brings up, as most of our veterinary profession can. Number one, Alaska statutes are very clear regarding the destruction of animals. Please see Article 2, Care of Animals, where it states only a licensed veterinarian or peace officer who cannot communicate with the veterinarian may humanely destroy the animal. Also, note in state law, it's very clear what the statutes are for our credentials. As a licensed veterinarian who practices in the state and a peace officer. An animal control officer is not a peace officer. So there are only 2 people that should be in this avenue, and it should all be under the direct authorization, consultation, or supervision of a veterinarian. The amendment being requested does not bring into code into alignment with state law. It actually creates a huge gray area. What it allows is for uncredentialed persons to perform euthanasia, and it opens up the borough to a lawsuit, which is also very clear in Alaska state law. Do not euthanize someone's property or their pet without the correct avenues taken, or you're looking at a lawsuit. I took an oath when I became a doctor, which is why I'm here tonight. Animals do not have a voice, but veterinarians are their voice on these cases. Based on Alaska state law and my veterinary oath, I strongly believe this amendment not be passed, and that technicians, shelter staff, managers, directors, or animal control officers should never be authorized to destroy an animal without consultation of a veterinarian. This is all very clear in our present Alaska state law. I want you also to know that there are 66 licensed veterinarians in the Matsu Valley area alone. Myself, one of them. I'm on call 24/7, 365. Every night I go to bed, my phone is on. There's no reason you can't contact a veterinarian. There are 3 emergency clinics, 2 are in Anchorage, which is a 40 to 50-minute drive. That's no different than riding an ambulance somewhere from a slightly remote area, Willow, to a hospital. These animals, I agree, it's horrible when they're suffering. Suffering is terrible. That's what we're here to relieve. But do not take that life and put it in the hands of someone who does not have the training, the expertise, the professionalism. I have an oath. You can sue me if you want, and I can stand up in court and face it. That's what my oath is here for. It's what my license is here for. If you take that out of veterinary hands, it's the same as taking it out of the doctor's hands. That's it. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions later or phone calls or take emergency calls to help these animals.
Thank you.
Good night.
Mike Straub.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, good evening, and thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Mika Straub, and I'm the staff veterinarian for the Borough Animal Shelter. I'm here to speak in opposition of OR 20-102. I've discussed this ordinance change with a number of interested and affected parties, including the Alaska State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners and Alaska Veterinary Medical Association, who have advised me and have provided this Assembly with written correspondence explaining how this change is not only unnecessary, but also contrary to the best interest of the community and animal care operations in the borough. First off, I'd like to point out that this proposed change deals only with animal euthanasia for health and physical condition, which are medical considerations. IM 20-217 incorrectly states, currently the MSP code states that a licensed veterinarian must be consulted prior to any euthanasia. This is incorrect. MSP code currently gives the animal care manager the ability to individually determine eligibility for euthanasia for behavioral and adoptability reasons. This proposed change only affects euthanasia for medical reasons. This change would expand the scope of who can make the medical decision to euthanize an animal more broadly than anywhere else in the entire state. Alaska law may not specifically address all circumstances of animal euthanasia. However, where it does address animal euthanasia, it clearly limits the parties with legal authority to make these medical decisions. For example, Alaska Statute 03-55-130 limits the decision for medical euthanasia to a veterinarian or a peace officer in conjunction with a vet. Nowhere does the state code provide the authority for persons without veterinary or law enforcement training to make the decision to euthanize an animal for medical reasons, and further limits law enforcement to only those times when they have exhausted efforts to consult a vet. IM 20-217 attempts to dodge this by implying that shelter staff can make such decisions due to certification as a euthanasia technician. They are trained how to euthanize, but not learn to euthanize for medical reasons. Only licensed vets have the ability to properly make that determination. In the Alaska statutes, the authority is granted for peace officers for the rare occasion they are unable to reach a vet by any means. These are times where they are in remote village locations, not in a structured animal care facility with full-time vet staff and other local resources available. This change would allow a person not trained in vet medicine to make the determination to euthanize an animal for medical reasons in the shelter when the only barrier communicating with the vet is monitoring. Item 20-217 states that a vet is not available on nights and weekends. In reality, I am on call 24/7 and have never missed a weekday call throughout the entire last year that I've held this position. There have been times on weekends where I was out of reach, but there is a relief vet willing to take calls, and we have an agreement with Tier 1 Vet Hospital in Wasilla, which operates 24/7 on weekends. There is no conceivable situation short of a catastrophic event in which shelter staff would be unable to contact the vet. In the event this proposal passes, there are further issues that have not been addressed here, such as transporting Class 2 or 3 controlled substances on animal officer trucks. I encourage you to reject this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joanne Stephens?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Joanne Stevens. I'm a veterinarian practicing here in Palmer, Mozilla. I worked emergency for the first 3 years in practice, and I now do relief work at various clinics. I'm happy to say I do relief work at the shelter since early 2019, and I think that the staff of the shelter is very hardworking and have great intentions. They do a marvelous job. My problem with this is, I guess I would start with specifically Amendment C. I don't see a big problem with. I know to my reading it isn't in line with state law, because state law specifically says a peace officer, but I can actually understand where an animal control officer in the field may see some pretty gruesome things, and I can understand where their ability to make a decision may be necessary. But they are in the field. My problem specifically has to do with the language in Part D. I do not think it is necessary to open up this privilege to shelter staff. Generally, the shelter staff is not in the field. I don't actually know how many people in the shelter would be certified for euthanasia, but I think it is a mistake to have language that broad to include shelter staff. They're typically there in the facility. They're not in the field. I think it would open up a can of worms to allow this privilege to people that, yes, they have euthanasia training and they may have the best of intentions, but that is not a substitution for medical training. So euthanasia is a terminal medical decision, right? You are making a medical decision that cannot be reversed. This is one of the biggest medical decisions you can make. And yes, there are, very, very rarely, but there are big, terrible, gruesome things. They do not happen very often. Most of the time, you can have medical emergencies that absolutely can wait the 15 minutes it takes to get in touch with the veterinarian. And my concern would be there's a misunderstanding of which is which. Does this person understand, even though they may have the best of intentions, do they understand the difference of this has to happen right now for this animal's best interest? Or can I make a few phone calls? In that time, I can't reach the primary veterinarian, but I could make some calls and make the right decision with counseling, with a medical professional's input. And I think that's really important. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. That's all we have on the sign-up list. On the telephonic, are there any telephonic calls on this issue? Will telephonic, anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this? Okay, Ms. Nowers, did you want to move the public hearing, or do you want to be satisfied?
Yeah, definitely like to continue the public hearing. I have questions for staff that are given the testimony, if it's appropriate to answer. If they would like this, I was going to originally postpone for continued public hearing until the next meeting, but is that acceptable, or would you like?
Well, if you're going to make the motion, now is the time.
She wants to know, she can maybe ask questions, get her questions answered before she postpones it.
Trying to find out if staff would like more time to resolve the issues with the folks that are opposing this and see if we can
Why don't
find-
you move the public hearing and talk to staff?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, just like you said. Mr. Mayor.
Don't say it that way.
I would like to move to continue the public hearing to December 15th, 2020.
Any objection to 2-week continuance in the public hearing? Mr. Yacht, Mr. Hale, do you object to continuing the public hearing for 2 weeks?
No.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, that public hearing is continued for 2 weeks from today's date, or to the next public hearing, to the next assembly meeting. Okay, what's next, Madam Clerk?
103.
Go ahead, please. 2103.
An ordinance appropriating $591,290 from the area-wide fund balance, Fund 100.272.1000 to Fund 410, project number 35000, for bridge and railroad crossing, major maintenance and repair, and the dust control program, 50% road service area construction, and 50% dust control.
Staff's report. Ms. Heindel's back.
Cheyenne Heimel, Finance Director to the Mayor and the Assembly. In 2019, there was a change made to how motor vehicle taxes were distributed to the cities and the RSAs. It also changed how we handle any excess or deficit in what we project as revenue from motor vehicle taxes. As we were closing out for the audit, we discovered that we had received an additional $591,290 more than what we had projected to receive for motor vehicle taxes. So under the new ordinance, new code, we are required to move this money into a capital project for bridge and railroad crossing major repair and dust control or road service area match. So this time, that's what we're doing.
Any questions, Mr. Sumner?
So I just wanted to clarify, even though this money's moving from general fund to the dust control program, it's going to have the same restrictions as the money in the dust control fund typically would have? Whereas it can be used area-wide or non-area-wide?
It can be through the mayor to Assembly Sumner. This money can be used to match road construction projects, 50% of it, or it can be used for railroad crossings, major maintenance, or bridge maintenance. So yes, it can be used throughout the borough.
So we'd see additional legislation coming back for the Assembly on the exact use or project?
You would, in fact, later in this meeting, there is some legislation for a railroad crossing repair that is contingent on this money being there to cover the repair.
Thank you. Anything further for Ms. Heindel? Not. Thank you for the staff report. I'll open the public hearing at this time. The clerk is saying in the back, shaking her head, no sign-ups. Any telephonics? Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bodie.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-103.
Any discussion? Any objection to passing this legislation? Any objection, Mr. Yacht, Mr. Hale?
No objection.
I don't believe there's objection from any assembly member present or on the telephone, so legislation passes. Madam Clerk, ordinance 2104.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm wearing a couple of hats this evening, so I'm a little slow on my switch. An ordinance reappropriating $1 million for the Land Management Permanent Fund 203.262.400, reappropriating $165,000 from Jonesville Public Use Area Grant Match Fund at 480. Excuse me, for project number 47031, and accepting and appropriating $70,600 of program income to Fund 435, project number 10022, Matsu Convention and Visitors Center Bureau Gateway Center project.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. staff report. I believe Ms. Heindel's coming forward, and I believe Bonnie Quill mentioned this earlier, but Ms. Heindel.
Before she gets here, let me introduce a little piece of that. I was on staff at this time. The MSCDB building was sold for $1 million, and the legislation we did at that time put that money into the land management fund, but it didn't specify exactly into a project account. There was language in the legislation at the time that said, with the intent of dedicating this at a later time. Unfortunately, the staff, admin or other, did not get that done at a follow-up time. And so that's what kind of happened to this money. With that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Heindel.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. Yes, this legislation corrects that intent of the previous legislation to put the $1,165,000 into a project for the convention center, the Gateway Center. In addition to that, there was right-of-way sold and we received $70,600 for that, which we are treating as program income to this project. The whole package that's being put together is being put together and set aside for a potential match if a grant is received to facilitate building the Gateway Center.
Any questions? Mr. Sumner.
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor to Director Heindel. So I just want to clarify, this money is just being moved into the project fund and nothing will be expended until the federal grant is received? Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the single member separate. That's correct. This is being set aside for the potential project. When that money is received, that grant is received, legislation would have to come back to you to accept and appropriate and set a scope of work for the building.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Clerk is shaking her head. There's nobody on the sign-up list. Any telephonics? No telephonics. Mr. Haberman. Mr. Haberman. You can come forward because he's waving his time.
No,
I don't
wait.
his chance. No, you gave it up. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
No, I didn't. I'm more respectful than you.
Are you two through? Mr. Silver, Mr. President, members, my name is Beth Freed. I am concerned about the Jonesville area and the $165,000 that I can't tell where it's going in this ordinance. That Jonesville area is dangerous, just like Jim Creek used to be. They're working very hard in the community, and I'd hate to see $165,000 slip out of their fingers if there's no way to get that money back to the project. I think Jonesville is extremely important, and yes, the Gateway Center would be a boon to that area, but I'm just thinking about the folks inside. Thanks.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more like in public interest. You know, I'm seeing history in the making because every time this issue comes up, this property, there has been the tragic history of shuffling money around. Note the words in here. Monies for 5 years was appropriate somewhere else. How can you miss that scenario? Now you're going after what's not said publicly, but in this document, is you're going after a grant. You're going to get the grant? You don't know. And you don't even show the cost of the project in building this project. Wouldn't you like to know the cost before you proceed? Instead of just going out for a grant? That's not here either. So one thing I'd like to note here, and it needs to be said, we had a Business Bureau building. we had a wall, a veterans wall. They didn't have to be moved, but they did get to be moved. That was a tragic situation. Now we're dealing in the midst of COVID, a scenario of coming up with money and going for a grant, and maybe you'll get it, maybe you don't. But the borough has not had a good history of getting federal money. Remind you about the ferry. Have you paid back the feds for that project? Is that a liability going on right now? No answers, I suspect. But it's a fact. Many of you were on the assembly. But the fact is, there's a liability out there, and I've yet to hear over the years any retraction to what I just said. So, number one, I'm concerned about the building and building it now. I'm also concerned that it's going to an organization, and I'm not against tourism, far from it. My history and work involved with tourism for decades, which I'm not going to bring up pre my investigation of how you operate your meetings, is the fact is that this business bureau works on a champagne diet. You shuffle the money for this operation to the borough, dealing with the budget, and you back and forth, and then they got a check. But the priority should be more concerned about the people who don't have the businesses are wanting is going to be in business tomorrow, and the people who have a job today are going to be wanting it's going to be a job tomorrow, and not playing around with public dollars. And this is a playing around with public dollars with a big unknown. You don't know the cost of the project, and you've been proving that you can't handle money, particularly money that they understood that was going to go for this project. So I'll leave you with that with 20 seconds to spare. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Coons?
Yeah, my name's Mike Coons. Hi. You know, we've been kicking around this whole thing about guns and gun ranges and all this bunch of good stuff, and I know Jonesville Road has got a real big history on it. So we're going to take $165,000 that's supposed to be going towards the Jonesville project, which is supposed to make the shooting situation out there safer, but yet we want to come up with an ordinance that says, well, we're going to put all these restrictions on ranges. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, $165,000 in the scope of millions that you guys spend around maybe not sound like a whole heck of a lot. But if we're doing it, if we're going to restrict or go after firearms and the noise and all that good stuff on this hand, we're going to take money away that would make it safer on this hand. That just doesn't make no sense. So I would say no. I mean, I understand who this money's going to. Probably a fine organization. I'm not going to have nothing against them whatsoever. But this is about range safety and firearm safety that's out there. That's a long-standing problem that's sudden versus the hypocrisy of what's been going on with this other one. Thank you.
I'm going to let Mr. Hayes address that $165,000 Jonesville, please.
Yes, sir. Originally, the money for the Jonesville shooting range was moved out of the West Susitna Access Road. There was over $1 million in there. We moved that total over, or the Assembly moved that total over, approved that. When this question about how to put that money back in the MSCVB project as it was supposed to be in the first place, we looked at money that might be available. I talked to the Director, Eric Phillips, about that, and he assured me that they could pull this $165,000 out of that Jonesville shooting range and still do what is needed over there to provide a safe shooting range if in fact we get the approval for DNR to put that in. Mr. Phillips, is there anything to add to that?
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this ordinance? Any telephonics? One telephonic, so let's do our telephonic, please.
Hi, my name is Carol Carmen, and my legislator is George Rauscher, who lives in Sutton, where Jonesville is. And he actually passed legislation at the state level to make it possible for Jonesville to get some get their area cleaned up because they were having some difficulties there. And at the time, George said that it would cost nothing for the state for this project. I didn't realize that it was going to be on our backs as homeowners as taxes for us. It was my understanding that the local people wanted to take this on as their own project and take care of it. So I'm kind of surprised to see this much money even going to that project, because honestly I thought it was local control. And so I guess I'm curious about it and wondering what's going on. And the last I heard was that the locals wanted to do this, and it was not going to be controlled by the state. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this subject? Ordinance 2104. Any further telephonics? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. Senator McKee, this is your legislation to move, so there you go.
Okay. I move to adopt ordinance 2104 as read into the record by the clerk. And I would like to propose that we postpone action on this ordinance until the next meeting. Okay?
So we got a motion to continue to the next meeting, Madam Clerk?
Just to clarify, you closed the public hearing, so you're not asking to reopen it, correct?
Are you asking to reopen the public hearing? Madam Clerk wants to know.
It's asking if you're asking to open the public hearing.
Reopen.
Yeah. Yeah. So that, just to clarify, that would be to continue the public hearing to 12:15.
Okay, so the motion by Mr. McKee is to reopen the public hearing, which I just closed, and then he would intend to move the continue the public hearing to the next assembly meetings. Any objection to Madam vote?
Yeah, I'm just curious what the reason is.
My reason on this is that $165,000 out of the Jonesville project. We've been discussing this off and on, and I understand the purpose of the ordinance as set forth. It's really to correct an error in the past and not dedicating money. I understand that, but the Jonesville project is still in a formative stage, and I don't think we ought to take $165,000 out of it without a pretty good reason. And I'd like to give the public a chance to come and testify a little bit more on this.
Okay, Ms. Nowers, we're on the motion now.
Correct. And I don't necessarily have an opposition to that, but I just wondered for clarification if we, I believe we put 1.5 million towards Jonesville. And I wonder if we could clarify.
How much did you say, Ms.
I
Nowers?
had 1.5 million.
Mr. Hayes? So how much have we put forward to the Jonesville? Anybody, any of our staffers have that number? Ms. Heindel, can you help us?
Sharon Heidel, Finance Director, through the Mayor. There was 1.5 million moved to Jonesville Road originally.
So there's 1.5 in there?
Yes.
So this 165,000, that would reduce that amount, or you still have?
Yeah, that would reduce that amount.
Okay, gotcha. Ms. Nowers?
Just one clarifying, is there any sort of time, if we postpone this until the December 15th meeting, are we putting anything at risk as far as the EDA grant? Or?
Any priority on that granting? Ms. Quill, is that, Ms. Solian, can you help us there? You want to know if there's any problem with the
Kim Solian, Planning Services Manager. When we submitted the grant application, we committed funding and we described where the funding was coming from. So we did put that in the grant application. I don't have it in front of me, but we did say we were allocating funds from these different pots, and we submitted that.
Gotcha. Mr. Sumner?
Mr. Mayor, are we on debate on the motion?
We better dispense with the motion to open the public, reopen the public hearing and continue.
Can I call a question?
On that issue, okay. Question's been called, the objection to calling the question. We're going to vote on the motion to reopen the public hearing and continue to the next facility. No objection? Any objection to passing the motion to reopen the public hearing and continue to the next public hearing? Mr. Yacht, Mr. Hale, any objection to that?
None from you.
No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. The motion to open the public hearing is granted, and it's continued to the next, public hearing is continued to, what is it, December 15th? 12/15. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 20-105, an ordinance repealing MSB 2.45 Capital Projects Department and amending MSB 2.44 Public Works Department.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Staff report.
Mr. Mayor, I will address this one. I put this forward. As you know, the Capital Projects Director resigned recently. This was, in my mind, an opportunity to put the Capital Projects Department back into Public Works where it was 5 years ago. We split it out because essentially we had over $400 million in projects on the books. We were having some complications getting all of those prepared in time to get them out in a timely manner. So we took the then empty Deputy Public Works Director slot. We created the Capital Projects Director out of that, and then we separated those 15, 16 people over into a small department. That $400 million has been long since spent, and we do about 70 to 80 million in that range per year, but we want to put those individuals back into the Public Works. They would go over in the two divisions they're in now, but we do see some synergies in moving them over. There are engineers in both departments, in Public Works and in Capital Projects. There's also project management in both of those. And we think by moving those in, we could create a lot of synergy, moving them back together so that the folks who create the roads, folks who create the buildings are in line in the same department with those who maintain them. So we see a lot of benefit in doing this, and we see a lot of savings in that. I've talked to the Public Works Director. He does not feel that he needs a deputy, and so we would eliminate that position. It wouldn't go back from the current Capital Projects Director and go back to being a Deputy Public Works Director like it was before. And so we would save that fairly large amount of money per year. And that's it, pending your questions.
So the structure.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Yeah, I was wondering, has anyone spoken to the incoming manager about his opinion on combining departments? And then I'll probably add a second question as well.
Yes, sir. In fact, I have, and he is here if you would like him to speak to it, but he said he would certainly have no objection to moving those, the capital projects back into Public Works.
My question was...
Okay, thank you. And the second question is, how would this affect the ongoing project at the Houston Middle School?
It would not affect it at all. Those project managers that are doing that and the pre-design and engineering division over there would continue doing exactly what they're doing now. They, at least in the near term, would stay in that same facility. They would just come under the Public Works Director instead of the Capital Projects Director. We envision at this time they would stay in the same divisions they are, and they would move as they are intact over there for now. Perhaps down the road there may be some synergies gained by combining engineers within one division and project managers in one division, but there would be no effect on the projects at this time.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hale? Your light's on, Mr. Summit. Did you have a question? Okay. So the structure, the personnel structure, Terry Dolan, Director of Public Works, and the overall director.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And then underneath Mr. Dolan would be whom?
Would be the two division chiefs back there essentially as they are now, and that would be Brad Swartz in pre-design and engineering, and then Jeff Walden, who is the manager for the project management division.
And purchasing, what happens with purchasing?
They're not under capital projects.
They're totally separate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions for staff on consolidations? Mr. Brown was capital projects director at one time, weren't you? Before he moved over to the school district. And so you're coming in as new manager. You're agreeable to this change, consolidation. Okay. He's shaking his head. Up and down, yes. Okay. Gotcha. Any further questions, further discussion? I will open the public hearing at this time. That was kind of a long staff report. We don't have a sign-up list. Anybody in the audience wish to speak about this issue? Besides Mr. Hayden. No, go ahead, sir.
You knew I was going to speak on this too, didn't you? Okay, my name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in public interest. Okay, so what we got here basically is eliminating a position and having one party responsible for what two parties did. Sum it up. You're saying that there's a cost savings. Whenever I hear the borough say we're going to save money, or the government's going to save us money, we might as well double it or more. So that's why there's something behind the scenario, and I dread how much more money we're going to pay for it. But I do like to bring out one reference here. And when I say how much is it going to cost all of us, is remember on page 2 of 6 of this document, it makes that notes the important capital projects like the Houston Middle School. Houston Middle School. Do I have to remind you what's been said here tonight? And the questions that were not answered to you all on what the cost of the project is going to be? And then you're going to have to wait till mid-January? Now here you're saying this proposal is to save a couple $100,000. But let's take that Houston school. That's a big price, and we still don't know how much it's going to cost. We have to wait till mid-January, and you have to make decisions on that scenario, but it's under reconsideration. So is this fair? Is this responsible? Is this transparent? All the above? It's not. So, how do I react to this? What I just said to you is this is not really the cost shown. We're not saving money here. We're hiding the fact that you're not even told how much these projects are going to be cost. And was it going to, and the issue on the Houston school, which is one of the responsibilities of one of these people that's now down to, two of these people that's down to one, it's already shown you that they have not handled the job. It's been mismanaged. So if they couldn't handle it with two people, and you're going to reduce it to one person, how is it going to be better managed? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak on this? Otherwise, I propose public hearings. Any telephonics? We have a telephonic. Okay, go ahead, please. Telephonic.
Hi, this is Carol Carmen again. I want to say thank you for reducing the size of government. I like this one. It's well known that one way to reduce the size of government is to do something about management, because often administration is top-heavy. And if the same thing can be done with one person in charge rather than two, then I say you have too many chiefs and not enough, or whatever that is, not enough Indians. So thank you very much. I really like this one.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Anybody else telephonically? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this ordinance? Consolidation? See it here now. I'll close the public hearing at this time. Who has this? Mrs. Bovee? Mr. Summer, excuse me.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-105, and I speak to it. I believe it was about a year and a half ago or so during the budget time that I proposed exactly this, but we can now achieve it painlessly since there won't be any reduction in current workforce. I think that this is necessary going into the fiscal climate that we are approaching, where there will be a dearth of capital projects. The state is not going to be as generous in their budgetary allocations as they were in the past, and standalone capital projects department, which did make sense when we had a massive school construction, no longer makes sense to have as a standalone department. And so we can return to the situation we were in before, and we'll be able to manage the relatively diminished amount of capital projects that we will have that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Hale.
Well, I just want to say, coming into this, I had some serious reservations about having maintenance folks overseeing design and engineering folks. Presumably, I would have reservations about design and engineering folks overseeing the maintenance folks. But the previous Director of Public Works is supporting this. I do believe I will support it. Thank you.
Anyone else? I certainly concur with this legislation. I believe Mr. Dolan and Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Wall will make a great team, and moving forward, even a big project like Houston Middle School, that will stay in tune. So, okay, anybody else would you speak on this? I guess it's time to vote. Any objection to passing the 2105, the consolidation of capital projects and public works? Mr. Yacht, Mr. Hale, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Mayor. None from you.
Okay, thank you. Legislation passes, and thank you, Mr. Hayes, for researching this and bringing this about. 2106, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance amending MSB 3.15.030 required exemptions, changing the requirement of qualified disabled veterans to file a disability status report annually.
Staff report.
Mr. Brad Pickett will do, he's our assessor, and he'll do the staff report on this, but before he starts, I wanted to include, and I talked to Brad about this, a personal and professional standpoint. Through the years of 14 years, Lieutenant Colonel and Colonel, I had hundreds of people exiting the Air Force and taking these kinds of physicals, going through that disability physical. The VA is very, very thorough, and in some cases, if I can use the word chintzy, on handing out disability ratings. And I can tell you there were many that I knew who got out and their disability ratings raised, but I knew no one during all those years that ever got out and their disability rating reduced. And I think Brad will explain exactly the details of this and what this legislation is about, but is directly relevant to hardly anybody has their rating reduced, and we have an annual requirement to have recertify that rating, even though it's very, very rare that it would ever get reduced. So, Brad.
Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, staff, Brad Pickett, Borough Assessor. This amendment removes the wording that requires disabled veterans who do not have a permanent disability rating to reapply for this exemption every year. In removing that wording, we will eliminate a burden and frustration for the applicants and will reduce a significant amount of staff time processing these additional applications. If you saw in the IM, over the past 5 years, 705 veterans have been required to refile this application each year. For 2021, that number will exceed 1,000. This program is growing at a fairly fast pace. And so as it grows, so does the burden on those folks that got to refile, the staff time. And with that, most of those folks will contact the Veterans Administration, get their new letter of rating, and submit their application timely. However, not all of them will. And that brings us to the late file exemption program, which you happen to have on your agenda tonight as well. Each year, those folks that do not get that letter timely, do not refile that application with us, lose that exemption. So then they must file for a late file. We process those once a quarter. We bring them to the Assembly for your approval. Well, in the meantime, they're waiting for that exemption to be approved. Oftentimes, their mortgage lender sees that they did not receive the exemption, so now their escrow goes up. So now that adds another layer of government involvement, plus dealing with the mortgage lender and frustration for the applicant. We do type up a letter that they can provide the mortgage lender to assure them that they are going to receive that exemption if that late file is approved by the Assembly. However, it's just additional work. I believe this amendment will not only reduce the frustration of those folks having to file every year, but I believe it will reduce the number of folks that file for this late file exemption, which causes a time, your folks' time, and I think anything we can do to reduce it is beneficial. And if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them or need any other specifics.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for the report. I appreciate it. I'll open the public hearing at this time. No sign-up sheet and clerk in the back. Any telephonic testimony? Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this? Sir, come on forward.
My name is Seth Shacklet. I'm one of the veterans that has to deal with this every year, and to be quite frankly, having to recertify every year has left me wondering why it's not a permanent thing. My rating has fluctuated over the years. I do not have total permanent dealing with the VA. This is one thing that will help a lot of veterans because it's something that I forget. I have to write down in the calendar, set alarms on my phone, etc. Trying to find that letter, either navigating through the VA's website or otherwise, can be a colossal pain in the ass, pardon my language. It makes things easier for us. We have enough troubles in our lives as it is. If this does genuinely reduce the burden of having to come in every year and force us to deal with the VA one more time every year. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this issue? Any more telephonics? Okay, we do have a telephonic, so go ahead, please.
This is Carol Carmen. I'm wondering if you can reduce staff with this as well.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Otherwise, any other telephonics? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Nowers, this will be yours.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-106, and I'd like to speak to it. I want to thank staff for bringing this up. I think this is something that reduces a burden on deserving citizens. It eliminates government busy work. Because basically, you have people having to come in every year and do something. And as noted by our veteran, thank you for your service. It's just an additional hassle in your life, and it's not reducing anything. And I also am assured that there's enough checks in place that people can't take advantage of this program. According to the stats the borough has, about 78 people drop off this list every year out of about 1,500, so that's about 5%. If they start to see that number all of a sudden drops to 0, that's a hint that maybe something's going on, and you might want to check on things. They can always ask for certification, and they can also do a check with PFD rules. So if somebody moves out of state and suddenly their addresses don't match up. So I think there's a lot of safeguards in place, and this is something that is just about being good government and helping citizens and not doing extra paperwork, because we all have enough.
Anyone else? Any further discussion? Any objection to passing this legislation? Mr. Young, Mr. Hale, any objections?
None from you. No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, legislation does pass. I think this would be a good time to take a 5-10 minute break. We have 6 ordinances left, and we've been going through quite some time, so we'll adjourn for 5-6 minutes. It's 8:15 p.m.
All right, it looks like they're going to take a small break for the next 6 minutes here, and then they'll come back. Don't forget to like and share. They got 6 more ordinances to work through. We should be getting here real shortly to the gun ordinance. So if you haven't taken the time to like and share yet, like this video, share it. Let your friends know that live in the valley that they are about ready to bring the gun ordinance up here within the next hour or less. Thank you, everybody that's been tuning in so far. Greatly appreciated. Don't hesitate. Go to my website, politadick.com. Click that donate button. Makes it easier for me able to make events like this and afford the gas just to get there. Also been improving and upgrading my equipment that it brings us all to you on a daily basis. Recently just purchased new computers. Got different microphones that are on their way being shipped in. Getting some stuff that I had purchased previous to this are now being repaired thanks to manufacturer warranties and them going bad. Sad world that may be. Thanks again, everybody, for that is tuning in out there. Again, don't forget to like and share. Most appreciate it. Going to be on break for about another 5 more minutes.
That's why I brought up the 160. I talked to Jesse about it. It's like we're not setting Jonesville back to Jonesville has the DNR issue. But I was like, instead of spending 2 weeks on it doesn't work again. No, but yeah, he understood why you're like reading new money. Yeah. That must be like you inherit.
It happened so quickly that I went up and did my report.
Yeah.
Because there was no city.
There
wasn't even a time. And I was just sitting there and I'm like, oh, so I wasn't prepared. I really thought I had a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Thanks for did you get things to do?
Just in case you all missed it here just a little bit ago, when every member of the assembly was leaving off of the front up there, they were all, as they were hurrying into the doors, taking their mask off. Just thought I'd point that out real quick.
Nobody asked me any questions. Wait till my comments. Totally easy. Everybody's typing. Stick on this, stick on that. And I'm sitting at the end of the table, twiddling my thumbs. Okay. I mean, it's not. I know. Everything that's legal doesn't
call on record. Ms. Nowers, got something lower Nowers? Ma'am Nowers? Please. Way to interrupt your social time. Okay, we're back on record. It's about 8:25 p.m. We took a 10-minute recess. We're in public hearings, ordinances. So now, Clerk, I believe we're at 2107, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. An ordinance accepting and appropriating $56,500 from the Alaska State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management Grant Program to Fund 425, project number 45158 for training and equipment, and a company resolution 20-111, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Alaska State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management Grant Project number 45158, Fund 425 for training and equipment.
Staff report. Director Barkley is here.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. This money will be used for required ICS training. That's our incident command system. That's a requirement for borough employees. So this will help us to be able to instruct that and provide the classes. And the other part of it will be for a drone. We're going to be purchasing a drone, licensing, and training on a drone. And that would help in the earthquakes, the floods. We can get out, get aerial video of it, and see what, like for the floods, we couldn't see all the homes that were affected. And working with Stephen Hidman, this will also help us associated with that, as long as also with earthquakes. So that's what this money will be used for.
Any questions for Dr. Barkley? Senior, thank you. Appreciate it. I'll open the public hearing at this time. The clerk shake her head. There's no sign-ups in the back. Any telephonics? No telephonics. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on 2107 and the resolution 2111? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Madam Bowley.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-107, resolution serial number 20-111.
Any discussion? Any debate by Assembly members? Any objection to passing this legislation? Any objection, Mr. Yart and Mr. Hale?
None from you. No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Here, no objection, see no objection, that legislation passes. Madam Clerk, 2108, resolution 2108.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance accepting and appropriating a $19,000 grant from the Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation Association for the design of the extension of the East Nelson Road Pedestrian Bike Path Phase 2 project, Fund 430, project number 35468, and a company resolution 20-112, a resolution approving the amended budget for the extension of the East Nelson Road Pedestrian Bike Path Phase 2 project, Fund 430, project number 35468.
Okay, staff report. Mr. Schwartz is with us.
Mr. Mayor and Assembly, my name is Brad Schwartz. I work in the Capital Project Department. This funding is from a grant from the Massacre Trails and Parks Foundation for that will go towards the design of extending the pathway from Bacumtan School on up to the end of Nelson Road.
Any questions? Mr. Schwartz? Thank you, sir. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Clerk, shaking her head. We don't have a sign-up list. Any telephonic? Doesn't appear to be any telephonic. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this grant? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Senator McKee, this is yours. You want to move this for us, please?
I move OR 2108 as
Turn on the
read into the
microphone.
record by the borough. Turn on it.
Well, sorry about that. I move to adopt OR 20-108 as read into the record by the borough clerk.
Any discussion? Any debate by Assembly members? Any objection to passing this legislation? Mr. Yonk, Mr. Hale, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Yonk?
No, sir.
Okay. No objection, seeing none here. That legislation passes. Madam Clerk, 2109, resolution 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance accepting and appropriating donations in the amount of $10,000 to Fund 435, project number 10186 for the New Willow Library project, and accompanying resolution 20-113, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the New Willow Library project, Fund 435, project number 10186.
Okay, thank you. Staff report? Mr. Phillips, Victor Phillips is with us.
Good evening, Eric Phillips, Community Development Director. Yeah, the folks with the Willow Library raised an extra $10,000 that they wanted to go towards artwork in a children's reading area for the New Willow Library. And see, it's how we're managing the project. They just want to run the money through the borough to complete that part of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I'll open the public hearing at this time. No sign-ups in the back, I see. Any telephonic testimony? Doesn't appear to be any telephonic testimony. Anybody in the audience wish to speak about this? It's local people from Willow dedicating money to the local library project. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bowley.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-109 and resolution serial number 20-113.
Any discussion? Any objection by some members to passing this 2109, resolution 2113? Mr. Yacht, Mr. Hale, any objection?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hale?
No objection, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, no objection. 2109 and resolution 2113 passes. Clerk, 2110.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance reappropriating $250,000 from the Alaska Liquid Natural Gas Project Reserve Fund 100.260.460 to Fund 480, project number 47533 for the 2024 Arctic Winter Games, and accompanying resolution 20-114, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the 2024 Arctic Winter Games project.
Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Halter, members of the Assembly. My name is Kim Solian. I work in the Planning Department as Planning Services Manager, and we are in the process of submitting or developing a bid proposal to host the 2024 Arctic Winter Games. For those of you who didn't hear of the presentation last time, it's every 2 years. It's an event that one of the 7 Arctic countries hosts. There's 24 competitions. It's like the Youth Olympics of the Arctic. So the bid proposal we're working on right now that has a number of requirements to prove that we are capable of hosting the games and being the municipal organization that will shepherd the planning process through to host a successful event. 2 of the requirements to submit a bid are, one is a resolution of support from the municipal entity that's applying to host the games, and another requirement is a contribution of funding. So tonight we're asking to move funds from the Alaska LNG project to the Arctic Winter Games Fund. We don't have specific things that money will go to right now. We do expect an annual request that will be coming forward to support the hosting of the games. Some of the things the funds might go to are improvements to facilities, might go to communications and marketing, it might go to help organizing the care and comfort of athletes once we're actually hosting the games. We're not sure of that yet, but we know there will be costs. So once we submit the bid and are awarded the approval to host the games, more activities will be started to actually develop the plan to host the games, and we might need to hire contractors and get additional support. So this funding will be used to support that effort.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Some members on staff? Okay, thank you, folks. Appreciate it. Ms. Lee. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Mr. Haberman, you want to go first this time? Go ahead.
Mark down the calendar. Okay.
I'm impressed. Good work.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. If I had to say anything, I should start out as going ahead with this project by the borough would be physically irresponsible. Physically irresponsible. What are we talking about? We're talking about basically supposedly an obligation of $6 million. And of that, $2 million committed by the state, but then that's not a written commitment. You need it in writing, don't you? But then can you depend on the state with their commitment? Remember, they're running a couple $1 billion shortfall, and they're using red ink to cut out certain things. I believe this could be a good one, $2 million from the state, meaning they'll cut it out. So, last meeting you approved, and say, okay, go ahead with an application, and then notice also was who's applied for it. Why are you alone on this in the state applying? Why aren't the rest applying for this? Maybe they're realizing that this is not the time to be, particularly now with COVID, to be physically irresponsible. This is time to be physically responsible, not irresponsible. So I would encourage you not to approve this, and also to backtrack and stop that application going out from the borough. This is not the time for this project. You're dealing with when you're going to get CARES Act money, another allotment. And I don't have to tell you the stories going on around the country with the future of their stability. We're more better off than New York, California, and so forth. But we still need to be responsible, not physically irresponsible. And this thing needs to be stopped in the track. And I want to say one key thing. Oh, I got 58 seconds. I've been at the meetings of these meetings on the subject. This has been fast-tracked. So fast, you know. And, you know, you agree to stuff on one end, and you're getting presentations, and you're not hearing from the public. And that last item, by the way, dealing with this article in the games, that wasn't for a public hearing that you approved to go out. That was on the consent agenda, where you allow 3 minutes for a whole list of items. And I was able to tag in a few seconds and say, stop in its tracks. You need to stop this right now and be physically responsible. Thank you. You have 20 seconds to spare.
Okay, anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Sir, come on forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is kind of new to me, but I'm just glad to be here and have the opportunity to speak. You know, I look at these winter games, and I think that's all well and fine, but he talks about, a gentleman that was just here, about $1 million from the state and the money we're spending. And, you know, we have corporations here, the Native Claims Act, where we gave billions of dollars in seed money to these corporations. They get priority on bids and tax incentives. I'd like to see them come up with some of this money. I don't see where the borough should be and the taxpayers should be this burden put on them. So I'd like you to consider that. I don't have a lot of information about it, but it doesn't sound too good to me. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
We just need you to state your name for the record. It's kind of sorry. It's official.
My name is David Long. I raised my family here. I'm a master of oceans, fisherman in the Bering Sea.
Gotcha. Okay, anybody else want to speak on this issue? Ms. Reed, come on forward.
Can't believe I'm saying this. Mr. Mayor and Assembly members, I agree 100% with the Eugene Haberman. This is not the time for us to take on a multi-million-dollar project. I also agree with the gentleman who spoke before me, who said, why aren't we going to the native corporations to help fund this? Where are those donations coming from? Certainly, the state of Alaska cannot afford to give us 500,000, much less $1 million. Folks, I think this would be a terrific thing, but after the Valley and Anchorage and all of the other places in Alaska that are so economically destroyed, we need to keep as much available for the borough to function and for its people to be able to recuperate from this year and that will take 3 to 5 years. I know we bid on the Olympics decades ago, and I know that the Arctic Games are a wonderful thing, but I also know that this borough cannot afford to start throwing money at parties. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy.
I'd like to speak in favor of the resolution. I think we should spend the $250,000 and see if we can, but you got to think of the businesses, and this is 2024, and they're going to be hit hard enough as it is with the COVID, and they're going to want to be replenishing those losses, and if we could get the Arctic Games here, that will replenish those losses. So I don't think we should run in fear of COVID. I think it's next year this time, it looks like we're going to be back to normal. So we shouldn't be in fear of this thing, and we should be throwing money at projects that will give us a return on that money. So I'm in favor of it.
Bill Kennedy, does that gentleman? Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Here, come on board.
My name is Rob Wells. I've been in Alaska since 1960. This is a great opportunity through cooperation with the circumpolar region and the youth and the cultural and physical activities that it brings. 2024, 3 years from this spring, we're going to be beyond COVID. We're going to be getting our tourist sector back up and running probably next summer. We've got real opportunities for winter tourism in this valley. I've been a long-time proponent of a little project you're all aware of up in Hatcher Pass. This past Sunday, we had a soft opening. This Saturday, we will be opening our brand new ski area. A little seed money from the borough went about 16 to 20 times in private sector. Nonprofit is who we are. We can attract the investment from all the businesses, all the tourist businesses, all the other resource businesses to help offset the costs of these games. I can't guarantee it. I'm pretty darn confident. I've been in Alaska long enough to know we're a can-do kind of place. I urge you to support this resolution and this seed money appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this issue?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. My name is John Rada. I'm the Vice President and Treasurer of the Arctic Winter Games International Committee. I've spoken to you before. I think there's some comments and questions that have been raised over the last couple of meetings I've attended, and I want to give you a little more depth and maybe a little more clarity on some of those comments. So I went back 30 years, and I have quite a lengthy file, but I hadn't taken the time in depth to go back to every single games. So 30 years, 15 Arctic Winter Games have been completed. Out of those 15 games, there have been 4 that did not make a profit. The average profit of all of those successful games was approximately $200,000. The loss of the 4 averaged $64,000. That was the sum amount. To address some of the questions that have been raised, the native corporations, the large companies, the corporate, all of those people, all of those factors, all of the small moms and pops, the service organizations, all comprise the funding for Arctic Winter Games. It's what your host society will rely on. So when you work with the Matsu Convention and Visitors Bureau, you work with the other organizations, they will take the lead. The borough is not going to be on the hook for a massive amount of money. The average contribution of all of the games, in 15 of those games, 30 years, from the city, borough, or county that hosted the games, the average contribution was $608,000 over a 3 to 4 year period. The last games in Fairbanks, the total contribution from the Fairbanks North Star Borough, the City of Fairbanks, totaled $357,000 over 3.5 years. So this is not a huge amount of money when you look at the economic benefits and investment that you will receive in return. The legacy items that come out are both tangibles and intangibles. Forecasting, you can look at things, nobody's got a crystal ball, I get it, I understand it, but I've been around the games long enough to realize that when a community puts its mind and its heart, its energy, and its dedication into it, you will end up with a success story that will be beyond your expectations. And most significantly, the economic benefits that you will derive both from the games proper and the legacy and what it will spur in your community. I almost can guarantee you, based on the history that I have with the games, and I've got a whole list of examples that I could share with you, whether it's in Yellowknife or Whitehorse or New Greenland or wherever I've been, the net result will be you will have pride in your community and you will have a very huge success story. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any telephonic? Okay, let's go ahead with our telephonic.
Yes, my name is Carol Carmen, and I've lived in Alaska since I was 3 months old. And I am not opposed to the Arctic Winter Games, but I do not believe that our borough should be funding it. I don't believe any government should be funding it. I believe it needs to come from those involved in it. I've never been, quite frankly. It's just, I guess, I don't know if it's just not my cup of tea or not an interest, or I usually hear about it after it happens. I just think it's wrong.
Okay, thank you.
And
Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, and I appreciate the previous speaker, I do, but I see it as a transfer of wealth from my taxes to somebody else's pocket, and I don't like that. I don't think that's fair to me. It's not something I'm going to benefit for. Sure, some business is mine. I won't. It's transferring my money to somebody else, and I object to that. That's all.
Okay, now I'll say thank you. Excuse me for that. Okay, anybody else? Any other telephonics? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bowley.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-110 and resolution serial number 20-114.
Discussion? Debate? Mr. McKee?
I voted in the last meeting that we took this up. I voted against submitting a bid on this. The economics of Alaska has changed for a variety of reasons. The benefactors that have in fact funded so many things in the state of Alaska aren't ponying up the money. The oil companies, the major oil companies, most of them have left. But we only have one major out of the original group left. I would, and this isn't a guess on my part, I would point out that the Iditarod is not having the sponsors that it had in the past. They've got money problems. And I do not see that changing in the foreseeable future, certainly not in the next 3 years. The second thing I would point out, that economic benefit to having a large group of people here really is for Anchorage. We don't have the facilities here to feed 1,000 people. Those people will stay in Anchorage, they will eat in Anchorage, and they will entertain themselves in Anchorage, okay? So I would speak against putting up this $250,000, okay? I still think we should withdraw our bid on the Arctic Winter Games, as was stated look, if it's such a great deal, why didn't a whole bunch of people submit bids? We're the only ones. There's nobody else submitted a bid. If it's really a great deal for a community, why haven't communities submitted other bids? Thank you.
Ms. Norris?
This is Young, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Young, Ms. Norris, okay?
Well, I'm sorry, Stephanie, I didn't even overstep there. I attended the Arctic Winter Games as a young man in Eagle River, and then it's been a long time. It may have been virtual, but I believe it was Eagle River. It was outside the Matsu Valley, and I was about 14 years old. I can tell you the cultural experience that these kids get is, you can't put a price tag on it. I'll tell you that right now, and it does create a lot of economic impact. We've got a couple of hotels in the valley. We've got another one being permitted right now. 4 years from now, I know of 2 more that may be done by then, close to the sports center. There is an economic impact, and there's a fiscal note to this. Obviously, it looks to me like we're moving money from the left hand to the right, which is still money, but my only regret with this is that it's not tomorrow. This has been an absolutely terrible year for kids. I can't even fathom trying to be a kid right now and navigate this crap that we're putting through. I've had five of my kids, personal kids, and niece deal with COVID the last 2 weeks, and not one of them last year would have ever missed school over it. We got one runny nose out of 5 positive tests. This whole thing, missing school, these kids, there's so many kids right now that depend on school for a hot meal, and the schools are just complete crap. We need to open up the schools. We need to have the winter games. We need to get these kids back to living a normal life. I'm not there in person because I'm in Arizona with 33 kids that I brought down to the wrestling tournament. My only regret is that it's not 330. So I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you. Now, Assemblywoman Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Mr. McKee, I get the impression you think you can only go to Anchorage if you need a party, so we might have to, there's a few places in the valley you can go to have a good time and eat and stay in a hotel. I agree our fiscal situation has changed, but I also wouldn't pass up the opportunity where a little bit of seed money can leverage a huge amount of investment. So I think this is worth looking at. I'm very respectful of the borough's fiscal position, and my understanding of this bid is the staff is going to come back to us in January before we submit this. So this gives them some time to get more of the details and look at this. And I did have a question for Mr. Rada, maybe we could follow up another time, to how the profit loss was calculated, that it was a straight sort of cash in, cash out, not the economic sort of intangible benefits that went to businesses, et cetera. But maybe that's something we could follow up on after the meeting.
We usually don't do this, but let's question and answer, Mr. Rada.
Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, what are you looking for as far as detail?
My question was, you said like only 4 of the 15 lost money. When you were looking at that, were you doing straight the amount of cash that was raised versus the expense of the event, or were you calculating in the revenue column like intangible economic benefits, like restaurants may have taken in an extra amount?
No, 2 separate categories. The information I gave you was strictly from a profit and loss. Okay, those are revenues and expenses, and all revenues, whether they be municipal, state, borough, federal, whatever their sources were, depending on the location. And the Canadian system is a little bit different than the U.S. system, so I don't want to try to get into the details behind that. But it's all revenues raised, value in kind contributions, community contributions, everything on the revenue side versus all the expenses towards actually putting on the games, the economic impact is totally separate. So the economics are the derivatives that come out of the byproduct of actually putting on the games.
Thank you, that was the answer I was looking for. So we have a bottom line and then the economic benefits come on top of that.
Mr. Sutherland, did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the attorney, actually. So my understanding is that all contracts we sign are subject to appropriation. So if this is a multi-year commitment and say the worst happens and we don't get the $2 million from the state, we don't get any matching money and some future assembly decides we can't afford it and we default, whatever contract we're about to sign or this bid, what are the repercussions, if any, or how does that work since we can't find a future assembly to appropriate money?
So I haven't read the default provisions or any remedy provisions in the draft agreement. Both Mr. Kraft and Mr. Strawn had shared a copy of it with me, and I looked through it for a couple of other specific issues that were kind of rolling around. If the Borough Assembly, says we're going to go forward and do this, if the worst happens and we default, probably the biggest, your biggest problem is probably not going to be a legal remedy. It's going to be embarrassment, canceling the games in and of itself. It's just bad consequences for people. But you're right, you can't obligate next year's assembly to fund beyond this. However, in the contract, you can obligate staff. Like the manager has the power to direct his staff. So if he commits to a multi-year staff directive to carry out and coordinate and help assist getting this done, that's different than providing dollars. Same thing though. That doesn't mean the Borough Assembly needs to fund that staff in the future. That would be the same analysis. So off the cuff, without knowing specifically what is in the contract that they would want us to sign, the remedy's unlikely to be like damages or anything like that.
Okay. Well, I think we better move on. Any further debate or discussion? Any objection? Mr. McKee, do you want to object? Okay, so Mr. McKee is objecting, so Madam Clerk, please conduct a vote.
Assembly Member 2. Assembly Member Yunt.
Yes.
Assembly Member Hale.
Yes.
Jesus.
Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assembly Member Key opposed.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, 2111 and Resolution 2105.
An ordinance accepting and appropriating $7,225 of revenues from fiscal year 2021 general fixed asset sales into project number 10151, Fund 435, amending the scope of work from fiscal year 2019, project number 10176-1906, Fund 435, sidewalk repair, reappropriating $146,065.80 from project number 45168, Fund 480, into project number 10151, Fund 435 for an animal care facility kennel restoration and remodel project to ensure animal care best practices and improve safety for staff and volunteers. With accompanying resolution 20-115, a resolution approving the scope of work and amending the budget for project number 10151, Fund 435 for a facility kennel restoration and remodel project to ensure animal care best practices and improve safety for employees and volunteers.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And just so the audience knows, we're missing one clerk tonight. Lonnie McKechnie is usually up here, so we usually have two clerks on the meeting. So I want to thank our current clerk for handling both of these tonight. It's a tough job. So, okay, let's do staff report. There we go.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. This resolution above you is kind of bringing together some odds and ends and other funds that I think would be best managed for our animal care facility. to bring us into compliance with the Animal Welfare Act that just came through in July 2020. And that is focusing on safety for our staff and for our animals in our care.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Sumner, staff question.
Yeah, through the mayor, why is there black mold on the walls by the dog kennels? Is that a maintenance thing, or is that a setup issue, or what is going on there?
So when the building addition was done, we used regular backer board apparently and plastic covering, and it has caused a mold issue. So in that project, what we were proposing to do is basically ripping it out and replacing it in a similar fashion, which would, in my opinion, not be the most responsible things that we could do with our funding. And to be most responsible, I'd like to see that actually not just abated, but corrected so that we don't see mold come back.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Mr. Sumner?
So it will be corrected though, right? Not just abated with this, or?
Yes, we want to make sure that it is well waterproof.
No more mold.
No more mold.
Any further? Okay, thank you for the staff report. Appreciate it.
I have one quick question from Jan.
Okay, Mr. Yacht?
Mold that varies. Sorry. So, are we bringing in a consultant to determine how the mold is created? Because from what I'm hearing, and I have a lot of area of expertise with mold, but this sounds like a double vapor barrier to me that's causing it. But they created one that was used in construction and the one that was ever made. But is there a consultant being brought in to figure out exactly how the mold came about so that we don't accidentally have this happen again?
I don't have the report with me. Under the previous director, Ms. Vessel did have a study done of the mold that was growing and the reasons why, and basically how the plastic coating was adhered to the wall isn't a solid barrier, and it allowed mold to grow in that area.
Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, you're trapping moisture between two vapor barriers there. It's not as solid that way, so some mess get in and can't get out. I'm sure he or Mr. Young would be happy to come down and tell you guys how to correct that for free.
So you got two assembly members that are builders.
Hey, you're welcome to come on down. I'll take you for a little tour.
So she's taking you up, Mr. Sumner, Mr. Yacht, take over. Okay, thank you. I guess the goal is to correct that problem best we can. Okay, I'll open the public hearing. We have a list, Mika Straub to start with, and then open it up to the telephones.
Mr. Mayor and members of the Assembly, good evening and thank you for taking the time to hear from me again. My name is Mika Straub and I am the staff veterinarian for the Borough Animal Shelter. I am opposed to the reappropriation of funds that were allocated to a new x-ray machine and medical equipment to include dental radiograph capabilities. These funds were pulled forward from fiscal year 22 due to the degradations that already exist in our medical capabilities. Currently, the shelter does not have any dental radiograph capability at all, and the computed radiography unit that we currently have is on the fritz. This has not improved since passage of the fiscal year 21 budget. Best practices will suffer in the medical department in order to fulfill best practices for the safety scenario. I'd like to share one case example that I recently had in the shelter. A cat that we have is known by the name of Traveler Tom, and I placed him under general anesthesia in order to clean his teeth and extract any of his bad teeth. Since we don't have dental x-rays, I had to guess as to what was going on. Unfortunately for Traveler Tom, he needed almost all of his teeth extracted, and I nearly made the difficult decision to euthanize him since I couldn't determine the health of the bone in his jaw without x-rays, and there was potential for multiple hours of extractions. I decided to give it a go and did my best to extract the teeth. Fortunately, the teeth were quite easily extracted in just over an hour, and Traveler Tom is still alive today. However, I got lucky with this case, and it could have easily ended with a fractured jaw after spending my time in shelter resources to care for Traveler Tom. A fractured jaw would have ended in euthanasia of Traveler Tom. In this future, this scenario would be avoided when we have new equipment that is due to be purchased with these funds. I agree, the mold issue in the dog kennels absolutely needs to be addressed. However, installing new doors could be mitigated at this time through use of existing dog doors in the kennel rooms until funding could be secured through another source. I encourage you to reconsider the source of funding in this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any telephonic testimony? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bowley.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-111 and resolution serial number 20-115.
Discussion, debate? Any objection to passing this ordinance and resolution? Ms. Bowley?
Yeah, I guess I need more information.
You're objecting to pass?
Yep.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote. Or not roll call, just a roll call.
Assemblymember Hale?
Yes.
Assemblymember Yount?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It passed with Assemblymember Bovee opposed.
Okay, Madam Clerk, ordinance 2112 and resolution 2117.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance accepting and appropriating additional funds of $375,792 from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs for Emergency Federal Highway Administration road repairs caused by the 2018 Cook Inlet Earthquake Disaster Project number 55027 and accompanying resolution 20-117, a resolution approving the amended scope of work and budget for emergency road repairs caused by the 2018 Cook Inlet Earthquake Project number 55027.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Heindel, staff report.
Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. Mayor Sinley, this again is FEMA money that we have received to reimburse us for costs incurred with the 2018 earthquake. Do you have any questions?
So it's incoming money.
It's incoming money.
Okay, any questions? It's not outgoing money, so it's incoming. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open the public hearing. We don't have a sign-up sheet. This is a lot. I should say no. Any telephonic testimony? Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this? FEMA money coming to us to reimburse us for earthquake 2 years ago. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 20-112 and resolution serial number 20-117.
Okay. Any discussion? Any debate? Any objection to passing that ordinance, the resolution? Mr. Yount, Mr. Hale, any objection to 2112 and 2117, the resolution?
No, sir. Objection, Mayor.
Okay. Seeing and hearing no objections, that legislation passes. Okay, we're in audience participation. This is your opportunity to speak to the Assembly about any topic. If you are on the phone, we'll take telephone 2. To speak to the audience, please hit *3. Oh my goodness. I'm going to do every other one of these. Okay. If you are on the phone, you would like to speak to the audience participation, please hit *3. You will hear your hand has been raised. Again, hit star 3. Everybody will have 3 minutes. We'll start with the list. David Long.
My name is David Long. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members. I thought we were going to bring up this ordinance about the shooting facilities, and I believe this smells like a politically activated topic here. I think that should be up to maybe a homeowners association, or I think we're approaching our Second Amendment rights here, possibly. So I think we need to reconsider this. I would vote no. I think it's going to infringe on our personal liberties and rights. I mean, this is the last frontier, and we all own guns, and we have to be respectful of our neighbors. And I go to some of these shooting areas, and I don't see any problem, but I'm not sure what the issue is here, but to have this broad legislation that's going to affect all of us, I'm thinking maybe this is one specific area or one specific owner that might need to be addressed. So I would vote no for this, and I'd ask you all to vote no for this. Thank you.
Is it Bert house calling? Okay, excuse me. I'll get the correct pronunciation right now.
We'll get it there one day. Bert Hufftelman.
I do that.
I am here also on the ordinance that is looking to be passed for the gun range. I've heard many good things going on here tonight, like the Arctic Games. That sounds like a very interesting proposition to be moving forward with here in 2024, but that's not why I'm here to talk. It's about the gun range and the ordinance that belongs, or it was supposedly supposed to be on the agenda tonight from what had been going through social media about the borough meeting that is happening here. I'm 100% against the ordinance being pushed through. We are now over a year later on this same ordinance. I remember the very first day when there was close to 500 people standing outside of this borough building, adamantly standing in opposition of this moving forward. And now here we are again, one more time. I know we've had several more meetings on the gun ordinance itself, trying to push this through, trying to make it happen. As the gentleman just said before us, this was brought together by a bunch of what we like to call nowadays Karens that had come forward and had complained because of a private owner had opened up a private range on their own property, and they decided to complain about it and brought a proposition before the Assembly Borough here, and it was pushed by a private group. You guys have heard overwhelming testimony from all of us over and over and over again against this ordinance being pushed through. Hopefully that you're hearing us, but because it's still here, I really wonder if you are hearing your people, the constituents that represent you guys, that you're supposed to represent anyways here in the valley. And I hope you are paying attention to what we are saying to you. We have not heard any testimonies in regards to what our public speaking to you, kind of like the city council is doing with the mask mandate here in Palmer, and they're trying to push through. They're reading every single letter, every single email that was sent to them, whether it was for or against the ordinance that they're trying to push here in Palmer for the mask mandate. It's amazing to know that 205 people testified for it, but well over 480 people testified against having a mask mandate here in the valley, and especially here in Palmer, I should say. And now here we are with the gun range. I am sure that if we were to get into the testimonies that we have not publicly been able to sit and listen to, that we'd be finding and discovering the same thing going on. And hopefully you guys are paying attention and look forward to hearing those other testimonies, or at least provided to us numbers to verify where we stand on this ordinance, because right now, all we have is what we've heard. Thank you.
I don't know, the ordinance that this gentleman's talking about, the shooting range, passed at the last assembly meeting. There is a request for reconsideration up tonight. That's the issue. So at the last meeting, there was a public, hearing on that ordinance. I don't know, I don't recall the total number of people, but there's quite a few people testified, both for and against. So then it passed, and now reconsideration. So it's appropriate to talk about the shooting range tonight. So, Tom Beer.
Mr. Mayor, Assemblyman, my name is Tom Beer, and I've lived in this borough for over 32 years. I've grown up here and raised a family here, and there's a lot of history that goes along with the ordinance that was passed this the last meeting. In reference to the shooting range and the restrictions and the criteria that go into regulating it, puts an undue burden on not only the individual that's trying to put forth something like that, but also the public as a whole. It puts forth a lot of undue governmental involvement in something that can be easily taken care of with not only education but training. And proof in point, it wasn't but 40 or 50 years ago that we used to not only train and educate kids, youth, in the schools with riflery and firearm safety. But we have those abilities and we have those facilities in the schools still. Unless there's been great renovations to Wasilla High School, there's a rifle range right there in the gym. We used to use hallways as rifle ranges to further the education of the youth. I came from Minnesota originally, and the ability to participate in that right, in those freedoms that we have, it's paramount. What we do in Alaska should reflect that. The government has a responsibility to help manage the resources. The land that we have is one of them. And putting undue restrictions, undue burdens, financial or otherwise, is not something that should be done. I strongly implore everyone to oppose or to reconsider this ordinance. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Jeff Carr? Jeff Carr? How about Beth Freed?
Mr. Mayor and Assembly members, and I keep forgetting to say my name is Beth Freed, but Vern does it for me and I appreciate that. If more community involvement were involved in this room and in the boards and commissions that still exist and meet regularly, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't have jumped so hard on the Arctic Winter Games, because it actually would be a good thing in the Matsu Borough, and it's 4 years out. The contract has me concerned. I didn't know about that. Jesse did that. But then I do no-brainer things. This shooting range is a $100,000 answer to a neighborhood question. It is as egregious as the original Connect River recreational area when they decided it was going to go from Jim Creek into non-motorized. Didn't talk to the people who lived there and didn't talk to the people who used the facilities. They just made it up on their own. And now they're making it up on their own again. I'm sorry, this piece of legislation that costs $100,000 because the planners once told me that every plan costs at least $100,000. We need to just table it, walk away from it. It's onerous and it's overreach, in my opinion. Thank you for listening.
Welcome. Ryan Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Manager, I'm not sure, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I can't remember what your title is there. Acting?
He's interim borough manager until December 7th.
Thank you. And Assembly men and women and staff, congratulations to Assembly Member 2 and beyond. I'm here to talk about Ordinance 2025. I've spoken a number of times on it and I'm against it. I hope that you guys vote it down. There's no, really, it will end up taking people's liberties away in the end, and gun ranges are already under enough scrutiny and enough regulations as it is. So please vote it down. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. General. Neil Moss.
My name is Neil Moss. Most of you know who I am and who I represent. It's the youth of our community, primarily the high school shotgun teams. I understand that this shooting situation, and I would encourage you to reconsider it. Anchorage, as of Sunday, completely shut down the Natsu Valley shotgun shooting team, high school shooting team. They can go practice individually, but there'll be no competition, there'll be no group shooting, no organized events, no nothing. We're at the mercy of Anchorage. Kids have nowhere to shoot. It was the last safe sport they had. They were outside, they're breathing fresh air, and now they got nothing. So that's my 2 cents worth. You've seen and heard me before. Please reconsider what you did last time we were here.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Amber Sanchez.
Hi everybody, my name is Amber Sanchez, a Matsu Borough resident. I'm asking you guys to reconsider the gun ordinance. It's kind of amazing to me that you guys passed it in the first place. I mean, to me, I'm astounded by that because you guys are all representatives of us. You forgot. You represent us, so every time we speak, you're supposed to reflect that. And up here, it kind of upsets me that it just passed because as 500 people showed up in your parking lot. We've told you. The people of the valley have told you. Our voice has been heard, and I don't think you heard it. You represent us, so please reconsider and remember who you are working for. Thank you.
Dan Gregory. Are you Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, he's okay.
No, don't want to speak? Okay. I'll cross you off. Mr. Mike Coons. Is he still there? There he is.
I'm still here. My name is Mike Coons. I'm going to talk about 2 different things. One, when staff was talking about this gun range last time, there was one thing that was brought up, and Mr. Sumner, you kind of brought it up a little bit. A couple other people talked about it a little bit. And that was the decibel rating. And after all was said and done, I was thinking about it afterwards. You know, the people that especially live out in Maud Road area that were upset about what's going on out there, I was thinking, well, if they say that they can hear a rifle shooting out at Maud Road at the end of the paved area of Maud Road, well, then that has got to be, it's got to be a decibel rating of 500 out there in order for them to hear that. And what they're in, even if they do hear it at the end of the road there, it's probably down to about decibel 20. So the decibels issue is a real issue with this thing. And so what this ordinance would do is it would shut us down if it's above 90. Well, we showed multiple occasions that any rifle shot is going to be 150 decibels. You can't mitigate that down. You can build up your sideburns 20 feet in the air, maybe mitigate it out to 80 out in the parking lot, maybe. But what's the cost of doing that big burn? That's just kind of ridiculous. So, I'm glad you guys are doing a reconsideration, Mr. Tew. I'm glad John, Mr. Y'all, can't pronounce your name right now. Glad you guys are on. That's one of the big issues. I'm hoping that you hear that. So when this reconsideration vote goes, you can shut this bad boy down. Last 55 seconds. We got a good news today. CDC is saying now that they're ready to go with the China virus vaccine. But yet we've got the Kenai, Palmer, and of course the good communist run Anchorage that's trying to mandate and shut down and mandate and shut down and mandate and shut down when we have a vaccine coming and we have therapeutics in hand that are saving lives. We only have a 99.7% chance of survival of this China virus. So we need to kind of step back from the abyss on this thing and start really looking at this from a government standpoint. That's just kind of across the board. Thank you. Seth Shacklin.
Hello, my name is Seth Shacklett. I've spoken here numerous times. I'm sure I'm on none of your all's Christmas card lists. Retired U.S. Army, been a gunsmith for 10 years. I'm a range safety officer at the Upper Susitna Shooters Association. I've spoken at nearly every meeting in opposition to this, and it still stands. 14 years ago, we had Reflections Lake, the connection between Townsite Road and the Glen Highway near Rabbit School Road, Maud Road, Jim Creek, Jonesville, Coal Hills, Zero Lake, Site Bay, KGB Silos, Matt Valley Sportsman's, Grass Ridge, and Upper Susitna Shooters Association. 10 ranges that were open to the public. Some of them were ad hoc ranges and not dedicated facilities. It was a patch of dirt that was widely accepted to be publicly safe to shoot at. In 14 years, the Matsu Borough, in part or in whole, has shut down all but 3 or 4 of them. That would be Maud Road, Matt Valley Sportsman's, Upper Susitna, and Grass Ridge. In 14 years, the Matsu Borough has shot down at least 4 range proposals that I'm aware of. They have done that all without an ordinance. None of the complaints that have happened at these meetings occurred at any of those 4 named ranges. They occurred in people's backyards, and they occurred at the ad hoc ranges, most of which are illegal to shoot at. This proposal and the borough's past actions against the gun ranges have driven yet more people to shoot in the backyards and places that have already been closed to shooting. I've seen the evidence of poaching out of Site Bay KGB. I've seen the residents trench the roads out of Zero Lake, among other things. On August 3rd of this year, Commissioner Stafford Glashan, my apologies for butchering the name, stated He wasn't aware that there weren't any regulations regarding firearms ranges. Tells me it's been such a non-issue that it's never popped up before. Commissioner Colleen Vague, apologies for butchering that name, we only regulate when people step out of line. Which brings me to 2 points. If that's true, why are you considering these ordinances to begin with, as this complaint was brought about due to private citizens using their private property as a range, not a public range? Secondly, I have not heard a single person mention any one of the actual public ranges, MOD, Matt Valley Sportsman's, USSA, and Grass Range. The ordinance states all ranges in use are going to be grandfathered in. If this is really about safety, why are they being grandfathered? If the current ranges are safe enough, why don't the ordinances reflect that? Why aren't the ordinances based on what is currently built at existing ranges? This doesn't cover the remains of the 2 moose I mentioned at Site Bay, or other such criminal and harmful activity. On June 6th of this year, a gentleman by the name of Robbie Hunter was shot in the neck by a stray bullet at Zero Lake Road. It is illegal to shoot out there. People do. The reason that individual was shooting out there is because he doesn't have a place to shoot that he believes he can get to. Local residents have been digging the trenches to prevent the shooting.
Wrap it up now.
He has been recovering. However, I believe firmly that the people supporting this ordinance are directly and indirectly responsible for his injury. If you don't like what's going on, build more ranges. Thank you.
Vernon, right?
Mayor Vernon and the members of this assembly and staff. I'm Vernon Rupert, resident and citizen of the city of Wasilla and the Matsu Borough. Well over 30-something years, I can't remember. Since 1983 when I moved from Bolton. This ordinance about the gun range was passed, and it's up for reconsideration thanks to Mr. McKee. And that I understand there's really no public hearing for it other than audience comments, so to speak. 3 things come to mind in this, maybe more. We, all of us have been public officers, took a solemn oath or a solemn affirmation to uphold the Constitution of the state of Alaska. That's part and part of it. And we also know in the Constitution of the state of Alaska is Article 10, which gives you pass-through planning powers that comes down from the state to the borough and then off to the various cities. That's passed through. It's the way it goes. It has several areas. The 3rd article that's constitutional is Article 1, Section 19. And that's the right to keep and bear arms. And in that, it says it should be not infringed, which is impingement or hinder and costs or too much required of a builder to put together a proper gun range in this state, let alone this valley, this borough, is a hindrance. It is an infringement. And that's a guaranteed constitutional right. And after reviewing those plans numerous times and the changes to it, it's inescapable to me. There is the solemn duty under Article 12, Section 5, your oath. And that duty comes through your planning powers in Article 10 and directly is inhibiting what I've seen, Article 1, Section 19. Now, at the last meeting, there was testimony, Mr. Strumman brought up an apt point. There was a fall a firestorm, for many of us to remember, 15, 18 years ago at the Assembly, and I believe it was over buildings. And they wanted to do it borough-wide, as big as West Virginia with Rhode Island thrown in. And they consolidated to a core area. And that's what I've argued right along. Now in 2009, we passed the Gun Range Ordinance, and I was the mayor of the city, in one of the densest areas, which is the city of Wasilla. And that is a fine way of looking at it if you're talking about a gun range in a core. But certainly what applies in the core of Palmer, Wasilla, the Golden Triangle in between, out towards Goose Bay, on the Goose Bay Road, certainly doesn't apply out in Chickaloon, doesn't apply in Campbell or any of these others. I ask for reconsideration, turn this ordinance on its head and throw it out. Start over. Mark Troutman.
Good evening, I'm Mark Troutman. I'm a 62-year resident, a 40-year resident of the Valley. Some of you have heard this, I'm going to play it again for the newcomers. That was within 600 feet of my house. I don't think any of you on the assembly would like to have that next door to you when it goes on day after day for hours. It's not sighting in a gun. That's just burning up ammunition. Been here before, and it'll be here again. Mr. McKee, I wish you would rescind your request for reconsideration. It kind of reminds me of an old Carl Perkins song. Sometimes you do that, sometimes you don't. Don't, baby, don't. I guess that's about all I've got to say. We've invested a lot of money in our farm. And the shooting range did go away out there. To this gentleman over here, I was probably the one that brought this up, but I brought it to the Fisher Community Council. They passed it. They passed the resolution to bring this ordinance to the Borough Assembly. So it wasn't just one person. There were a lot of us out there. I mean, this area is really growing. For somebody to just come into an area, not even talk to their neighbors, and just all of a sudden this starts happening, that's ridiculous. There needs to be some control. There needs to be some control. Thank you very much.
Have you ever fired guns, Mr. Troutman?
Pardon?
You ever fired guns and weapons?
Have I ever fired guns? Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm a retired state trooper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mia Kirk.
Good evening, Mayor, Borough Assembly members. My name is Mia Kirk, and I'm a Borough resident here for 10 years. Please accept my testimony again in support of Ordinance 2025, which passed and adopted standards for outdoor shooting ranges. I have to say I'm a bit confused as to why we are here again, when 2 weeks ago the Assembly voted with majority in support of this ordinance. I would like to thank Assembly Member Bovee, Hale, Nowers, then Mayfield, and McKee for their vote in support. I was here 2 weeks ago and do recall that the Assembly received adequate and in-depth, thorough explanation from the Borough Planner, Alex Strawn, on the issue of noise, now up for reconsideration, with the ordinance describing the noise levels not being measured from the barrel of the gun but from the receiving land. With that, I believe an amendment from then Representative Mayfield also presented from a structure of the receiving land. As you may recall from my testimony, noise is something I discussed specifically due to my son's disability. He has autism, a sensory processing issue that causes hypersensitivity to noise, which affects his mental and behavioral health. I also say that this is not a neighbor issue, that is this is a borough issue where land in a residential area could become a commercial gun range without any restrictions, as Mr. Troutman stated, or safety measures. So with that, I'm trying to understand why there is opposition to this ordinance, this time in the form of reconsideration, with, in my opinion, no merit. As this ordinance would set generic standards to keep our residents safe. Standards such as protection from stray bullets, lead contamination, and noise. I would like to acknowledge the two new assembly members, Mr. Tu and Representative Yunt, or Assemblymember Yunt, as they were not officially on the Assembly 2 weeks ago when the ordinance passed. I do recall Mr. Yunt was here, testified, and listened throughout testimony. I respectfully ask both of you, Mr. Tu, Mr. Yunt, to consider voting in support of the ordinance again, if we can do that, I don't know for sure, or in opposition of the reconsideration. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again and for all of your service.
Thank you. Rob Wells.
Mr. Mayor and Assembly members, Rob Wells. Boy, I've been here way too often. So I am voicing my support of your passage at the last meeting by a vote of 5-2 of Ordinance 20-025. I support shooting ranges. When I moved to Alaska in 1960, my dad was principal of West Anchorage High School. Underneath the gym of West Anchorage High School, there was a shooting range. There was a shooting club. It was a great source of education for firearm safety and marksmanship. I would support a safe shooting range, many shooting ranges, as many as there are people who want to use them, that are built safely to NRA standards. A few years ago, I was walking my property and I went up and I saw I had a new neighbor. And right at the corner of the property line, there were targets. And my property is an ag parcel, it's narrow. My house is about 800 feet from those targets. As I walk down to my high tunnels where my production is done, where I grow dahlias for a living, I have people come out and buy those flowers for weddings. On the days there was shooting, we could not hear one another. Of course, that would have also meant walking down towards the targets, directly in line if there was a stray bullet. There was never an adequate berm. I've heard safety officers testify before you that they know the safety standards. I met my new neighbor. I expressed my concerns. He said, yes, we will build the 20-foot berm and the side berms. I granted him an electrical easement through my property. He continues shooting without the proper berms. I told him, sorry, this ain't gonna work for me. Now, he has subsequently sold that property. It's no longer an issue for me. I sat on this body for 9 years. To the new members, this will not be the first time you hear about this issue. I can almost guarantee it. It will be back over and over. Over the years, the Assembly has taken actions that with regard to land use and safety that are necessary, because when I first saw this borough in 1960, I can tell you the density of population, as you know, has grown many-fold. Thank you for your time. I urge you to continue to support Ordinance 2021.
Ms. Wells, L.D. Hopper.
My name is Ellie Howard. I'm a resident of the Matsu Valley. I'm grateful this is up for reconsideration, particularly because numerous times has been said here. We've had hundreds of people here. We've had this room filled before. We've had public comment where I stood here with 2 binders, one in opposition, one in favor of this, and it wasn't hard to guess which was which. As Amber said, and other people have said, we don't feel like our voices are heard. I've spelled it out time and time before, and new people, congratulations by the way, haven't heard this. This property, we had the troopers called numerous times. There are laws already in effect for if you're not shooting safely. Just because someone thinks we don't have a berm, have they been on the property? They see the fact we dug it out. And you couldn't even shoot in breakup because there's about 4 feet, 5 feet of standing water in there. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you the fact that we were safe. That troopers came out no less than 4 to 5 times, and every time they said, we can find no fault in you. You are not using the weapon irresponsibly. We don't see a public health issue. Have a nice day. But yet, we're here again. It's been a year and I think 8 months now. This has been going on. And all kinds of opposition saying absolutely not. And we're here. So now you have a few people saying, why is this reconsideration? Well, because we didn't feel heard. And luckily we have an assembly member who knows that we've not felt heard. And I'm grateful for that. All you're going to do, most of you got the pamphlet I just gave out earlier today that talks about point-blank shooting ranges going in the Houston City area, hopefully. We have plans for other ones as this one succeeds and does well. It opens up new opportunities for children's archery, shotgun shooting, law enforcement training facilities in a safe environment. But we're also a nonprofit. We depend upon donations. We depend upon other things like that. We can't allocate money if we're going to keep being the benchmarks moved and things change as other people come in and different ideas change. The other point I want to speak on with a little bit of time is, just because someone doesn't like gunfire, and I can sit there and tell you that I have PTSD of it. Many people try to tell me I do. You know, so under every guise, I could say, oh, the gunfire brings me back to things I don't want to remember. But I don't. But I can do with other things. I could say that the noxious smell of marijuana makes me so mad that now I want a 2-mile radius between anything I can smell it. Or you know what, the new construction, they built 200 houses below me just recently where I live. And the constant heavy equipment and the constant nail guns and the constant this and that, I'm going to complain. And just because I get a group of people together who are not wanting to do this either, now it's going to change everything worldwide. So where does it stop? Where are we going to keep rewarding a small group of people imposing on the rest of us? I ask you to do the right thing, to reconsider this and vote this down. Thank you.
You're next up. Welcome.
My name is Nick Brockett and I live here in the valley. I have a different problem. You see, I have a neighbor who has a bird feeder and them damn birds are up all day and all night squawking and they're crapping all over my car. So I want all of you to pass an ordinance to every person in this valley to have their bird feeders removed and taken to a bird sanctuary so where they can feed the birds outside of my neighborhood. Does that seem reasonable to you? You have forgot what your job is. Your primary job is to protect the rights of the citizens. You are the first level of government. Our rights are being infringed on daily. If you haven't noticed, our entire nation is in crisis. Our liberty is at stake, and it's your job to protect that, not putting more restrictions on us. I fight for freedom. I'm a veteran, and I will continue to do that. And anybody who passes ridiculous ordinances like this is infringing our Second Amendment, and I'll fight you all the way, every election, no matter who you are. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's all we have on the sign-up list. How about telephonic? Okay, we got several telephonic calls, so we'll take the first one, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members, for this chance to address you tonight. My name is Dave Buxton. I, once again, am speaking in support of the ordinance for skate gun ranges, which is once again on the agenda this evening. This ordinance has a long history. It was sent to the planning department by the Assembly, was crafted by that department, and based on suggestions from the public, modified and sent to the planning commission, where it was recommended by a overwhelming vote of 6-1. 2 weeks ago, it passed the Assembly on a 5-2 vote. However, in a very cynical move, Mr. G voted for the ordinance, stealing the reason for his vote, was served so he could ask for reconsideration of the vote. I've spoken to some of you about your concerns about limits on maximum sound levels. I urge you to look at the testimony by Alex Strong at the last meeting where he stated that sound levels were measured at Love Road Range, and he found that the ordinance complied with the 90 decibel limit in the ordinance just outside of the parking lot, which surely proves that the gun ranges can comply with the sound levels in the ordinance. This is a good ordinance with lots of compromises, and the reconsideration should fail. Please vote no on reconsideration. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, telephonic, please.
Hello, my name is Carol Carmen, and I am wanting to talk about the reconsideration for the gun ordinance. The biggest problem I have with that gun ordinance is the noise issue. And I was speaking with someone who knows a lot more about noise than I know, and he told me that it would probably take about 5 miles for the noise of a gun going off to dissipate down to the 90 decibel level. And I just happen to live 5 miles from the highway up Palmer Bishop. In fact, I'm really very close to the place that is the cause of this whole ordinance. And that's an awfully long way to have to keep a gun range away from people. This, as has already been stated, started as a dispute between neighbors. And then it grew to a community council resolution. And then it became a borough. Oh, let's just make this borough wide. And this is a neighborhood problem. They could have covenants against noise in their area. They could do that if it's bothering them that much. The whole valley should not have to pay for that problem. And let me tell you, I have 49 feet between the back corner of my house and my neighbor's property line. That's my house. I'm that close to my neighbor, and he goes out back and shoots all the time. I also hear somebody else shooting, and it's not real far away, and the tape that was played earlier, it has sounded like that before. I also hear Grouse Ridge from where I live. But I'm not going to go down and try and put everybody out of business. You know that if this thing passes with this noise issue on it, the next thing that's going to happen is, oh, guess what? If you can't have that noise level at a gun range, then you certainly can't have it in your own backyard. Oh, the racetrack. My husband just said the racetrack. I can imagine what's going to happen with the racetrack. I think our police mover might be in violation of that noise issue, and we use that to plow our driveway. Where's it going to stop? You know they're going to push it further because they don't want their neighbors shooting. It's not going to stop with gun ranges. We know that already. It shouldn't even start with a gun range. You shouldn't make it an issue for the whole valley when a neighborhood could solve this on their own between them. I'm looking at my notes. I think that's really all I want to say. I'd ask you to vote it down and please ask the people to solve it in their neighborhood. With all the energy they spent on all this, I mean, they could have had this coming in a long time ago as a neighborhood issue. I know we have one in our neighborhood. If we annoy our neighbors and our neighbors don't like something and start complaining about something we're doing, then we're required legally to quit. I was worried when I got chickens because my rooster kept crowing.
Okay.
And I thought I was going to get in trouble, but instead,
Okay, thank you.
I started hearing the rooster up on the corner.
Yeah, you're rolling.
And then I heard one next door.
Okay.
Okay.
And pretty soon, the Catholic neighborhood has chickens. So please vote against this. Thank you.
Okay. You were rolling there for a while. Any more telephonic? Okay, next telephonic, please.
Lord, first. Yes, hello. I'm Michael Betts, B-E-T-T-S. Been in the Valley 65 plus years. I would ask the Assembly to vote down this gun range issue because you go online and just look up quickly the 90 decibel noise limit is kind of worrisome because a standard 22 rifle with standard ammunition puts out 140 decibels. A .308 caliber rifle with an 18-inch barrel generates over 172 decibels. And a riding mower, the one that you would ride, produces 90 decibels. A highway vehicle driving by at highway speed of 10 feet produces that 90 decibels. So I'm worried that ceiling on the noise level will infringe on people's right to have access to training, because currently, if I need to shoot over 200 meters to practice for my yearly hunting, I'm driving all the way to Birchwood, or you'd have to go up to Mid-Valley Range in Talkeetna in order to shoot safely. I've been a certified NRA range officer in the past, not currently due to family circumstances, but right now, because I hold safety and safe gun handling as a very important obligation, I'm driving all the way to Birchwood to be able to safely shoot my long guns that I take hunting. And I was born in Parler and raised in Wasilla, and I'll be 66 years old come February, and I just, we're growing out here exponentially, and we need to undo this gun range ordinance. And if people want to know the safe way to develop a gun range, there's a range development manual put out by the National Rifle Association, who I am a member of, and that thing's about 2.5 inches thick. And there's absolutely no reason for people to be allowed to run around shooting road signs and antagonizing their neighbors and stuff with dangerous gun handling. And the only way you can cut down on that and get out ahead of it is to have a place to shoot. And that has got to be designed and doable. And I believe that 90 decibel maximum allowed noise level would shut down an awful lot of possibility, let's say possible locations to put in future gun ranges, because
let's wrap it up.
We just cannot stand for any more infringement on our Second Amendment rights, because they're under attack nationally.
Let's wrap it up, sir.
In the West, they're one of the last places that stand for respect for that Second Amendment right. And I just see this as an encroachment that needs to be turned down. But thank you very much for your time, Assembly and Mayor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Madam Bovee, motion to extend the meeting, please.
Move to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. and not to exceed 11 p.m.
Any objection? We're 5 minutes to 10. No objection. Meeting's extended. More telephonic? Anybody in the audience? We'll take one or two more.
Good evening. Earl Lackey from Mount Valley Range. Mayor and the Assembly. We know each other, we've been here before, thank you. but I do, I just want to, I represent the 1,500 members of Matt Valley Sportsmen, the club that's right here across from the fairgrounds. We've been there since in the 60s, and this would